Many thousands of years ago, there was a technologically advanced civilization that lived here on Earth, the Xevious. Their powerful computers made a terrible prediction. An ice age was about to descend that would be so extreme that human life could not survive. And so the entire population left the Earth in their spacecraft to seek a new home in deep space. But now, the Xevious have come back to reclaim the planet in a totally compelling video game experience from Atari, where players search the remote corners of the Earth to find and destroy the invaders.
Okay, now get those. How do I get them?
Players control a Solvolou spaceship using an 8-position joystick to move the ship over an ever-changing terrain. The Solvolou flies over forests, rivers, deserts, and oceans, searching for Xevious ground bases and air targets. First, waves of toroid patrol fleets come into view. The player shoots these and other air targets with the zapper button, which is used for rapid-fire strafing. The blaster button is used when destroying ground targets. The ship is moved with the joystick so that the cursor is placed over the ground target, and when the blaster is pressed, the Solvolou fires at any ground target in the cursor frame. Players must lead the targets due to the airspeed of the ship, and well-placed shots can destroy 2 ground bases at the same time. The Solvolou can pass over any ground obstacle or target, but players must watch out for shots fired at them from the bases. Xevious air targets will cost the players a Solvolou life if a collision occurs. As the gameplay progresses, many new air targets are introduced with different point values, and these Xevious air targets are increasingly complex and aggressive. One of the Xevious inventions that really challenges players is a flotilla of flying mirrors, the Bacula resistor shields, which are like a flying maze that the Solvolou must negotiate. The resistor shield cannot be destroyed by firepower and will wipe out the player's Solvolou if any contact is made. Not only does the air battle intensify, but the Xevious ground bases present greater challenges every second of gameplay. There are defense sites, dome networks, and megasites, which fire at the player from their fixed positions. And the Xevious have tanks and rovers, which move over the terrain to defend their captured lands. Xevious challenges the player in a way no other video game has done before. The computer program monitors and self-adjusts the difficulty level of gameplay to the ability of the player at the controls moment by moment. No wave is ever the same because Xevious provides a unique competition between the player and the smart computer that responds to individual player input. In later waves of gameplay, a blink of the Solvolou's cursor indicates the presence of a hidden Xevious citadel, which when hit, rises up from the ground, earning the player high point value, which increases further if hit again and destroyed. Suddenly, the Xevious unveil their most powerful and destructive weapon, the mothership Andor Genesis, which dominates the color raster display screen. The player must shoot the Andor Genesis in a simple reactor to disable the awesome ship. But this is an extremely difficult task due to the steady barrage of energy blasts that are fired at the player's ship. If a player is skillful enough to disable the Andor Genesis, he must be ready for the possibility of twin motherships at another level. Although Xevious is like no other video game because of the self-percentaging factor of its player interactive computer, Atari knows that it's always important for operators to be able to adjust the game settings to fit the needs of a specific location. All options, such as number of lives, coinage controls, and bonus or no bonus, can be set in the self-test mode. Xevious has got it all. Fabulous graphics on a full-color raster display.
Hello, hello. Welcome to the game. Welcome. I am Arrow Zed, and I'm waiting for everybody else to pop in, and it would actually work better if I joined the voice chat, which I'm doing right now. Hello. Juniper, are you there? Ahoy hoy, everyone. Hey, thanks. Right now, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to grab I've got a new chat monitoring thing, and I've got to see if I can. Let's see, your browser source will say restream chat, and we'll put that there. See how that looks. Oh, snap, that's cool. All right, so what we need now is to change the size of it. Oh, God, and I forget what the size I was working with was. 240 by 480? Fuck it, let's try that. Oh God, that is the size I was working with. What a guess. Sweet. Excellent. Did y'all see my message? How did it come across? Did it come across as my name or Restream in Twitch chat? That's cool.
Are you talking to me?
I was talking to chat, and I was also talking to you. How's it going, buddy?
Oh, hello. We are just putting finishing touches on the character sheet for like the quote and personality and stuff. Right now, for mine, I mostly just put bullcrap, but it's funny if you want to look at it.
Bullcrap, but it's
Chris,
funny. I love that.
Yeah. For Chris, we're actually putting in his accurate information.
That's cool. Give me a sec here.
I might go back and change some of mine because some of it is funny and accurate.
Some of it is funny and accurate?
Yeah.
Oh,
Like
there's
gender,
not enough.
I put maybe.
You put Gaby?
I put maybe with a question mark.
Oh, I got it. Yeah, gender maybe. I will look at it in just a second here. Let me see what I can do about this embed and stream. Nah, we're just gonna have to keep it at 100%. We'll have to keep it 100, as the kids say. 100.
Keep it 100.
Exactly one of the hundreds. We keep that. All right, so I'm going to.
No other
Yes,
100.
exactly. Just the 100.
We only need one.
Exactly.
But what if there's a sale on hundreds? Black Friday was yesterday. There's still some Black Friday deals out there.
Oh my God.
What if it's like 3 hundreds for one?
Well, then that's 33.3s. You're keeping it 33.33 plus tax. All right, I'm opening up Juniper, and my music is too loud. Give me a sec.
Hit the pencil. See, that's the one tech thing I can do. I can type in a spreadsheet.
Is the music still louder?
I don't have stream up at the moment. Hey, Sean, do you want to put stream up on your phone for us?
My phone's charging and it's over there.
Hey, baby, where's your phone? Thank you, my love. It still accepts my fingerprint as yours.
That's cute.
I don't have fingerprints, so it just thinks it's his fingerprint.
You don't have fingerprints?
No, I think so.
You burned them off years ago.
More like chemical burned them off from so much soap and working with cleaning things. I have very fragile fingerprints.
Oh. Wasn't that a delight?
Yeah.
All right. Say something else. I wanna check your volume level when you talk.
When I talk, how's my volume? Testing 1, 2, 3. Here I am quietly. I can get much louder. This is like a normal speaking voice, probably what I'll stay at for most of the time. I'll just continue talking.
Okay. Because I have a compressor on for desktop audio, but I can turn that off, I think.
I also might have some background noise because I've got a heater going.
Okay. Nobody in chat has come back at all about the audio, so I don't know. Maybe they can't hear us over the music. I don't know. I have a kitty. I have two kitties snuggling my feet.
I have 2 kitties on the bed. There's another one sitting in front of the heater, and there's 2 that are sitting by the door, and then there's another one up on a pile of things.
Wow, your quote is "I am Groot."
Yeah, for now.
Hello, gorgeous. Welcome. I see Gorgeous has entered the chat, but Gorgeous has not said anything yet.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello there.
Hi, can you speak up?
Hi, yes I can.
Okay, cool. Because I have the music turned down and I can barely hear you. Well, I guess I could turn you up, actually. I could just do that. Oh, shit. I did not know. Do you need to go? Like, I just saw your DM.
No, it's mostly been taken care of at this point. It just yeah, he had to call out of work and stuff like that. It was a bit of an ordeal.
Damn. Alright, so we've got... I don't know where Skelly is to be the what's his name? Alibi. I don't know where everybody else is, but we're gonna kick off at 6:30. We're just gonna start talking about it at 6:30, and yeah.
Sounds good.
That's how it gotta be sometimes, you know?
Sometimes that's just how it is. It is what it is.
Broken and junky but lovable like a trash druid's neglected Roomba. Wow.
Damn.
Personality developing. Age old enough. Gender maybe. Height short until... I'm gonna put I ain't in the next line.
Okay. Also look at the age is old enough to know better.
Oh.
Oh.
Let's... put that there.
I'm glad that the trash druid's Roomba fit in the line.
I actually made the I made the font one size smaller.
Groovy.
So that it would work. Weight, solid, amazing. All right, what's your alignment? Are you just neutral? Most tree people are just neutral.
I think I'm neutral, and it might change depending on how my character develops.
Okay, I'm gonna put you down for neutral. All right, Peregrine, let's look.
He's still fiddling with his a little bit.
Okay.
Oh, rip.
Stop that. Don't bite my dice.
Let
Wait,
me
did you take
know
one?
when
You ready?
I think so.
He thinks he's ready.
he thinks he's ready.
He thinks he's ready. Do you think he's ready?
I don't know. I'm gonna add an extra line here.
Yeah, do it.
Insert one row above. That way I can do with.
No, that's not the right word.
Put that on right align. Oop. There. Somebody's got a fan going in the background.
That is the heater.
Oh, it is loud, but I heard it's
Oh.
cold up there.
It's a little bit chilly.
It's cold specifically in this room in my mom's house. But we can bundle up if the fan is too much.
No, it's okay.
If the fan, we might turn it off anyway.
It does warm up the room pretty quick.
Yeah.
Okay, well, no worries.
If it gets bothersome to chat, just let us know and we can turn it off.
Okie doke. Okay with torturing and punishing people. Okay with torturing and punishing bad people. Sassy and wise. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. All right.
Myself, but also with the the fantasy setting of being okay with torturing people. Because I have done that recently. So not in real
You
life,
did.
but
You did. Last
indeed.
session.
Just to clarify, I did it in the game, not in real life.
We did not torture anybody.
The people of the real world are safe.
For now. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I have an alignment graph kind of thing. Hold on. On the wiki.
I think it's the one that you showed me and we've looked at before.
Yeah.
Because that's when we found out that Chris's alignment is not what we thought it was.
Yeah, I think I was lawful neutral for a second, and then
You were lawful evil.
I did some stuff, and now I'm lawful evil.
Yeah.
Never tortures for pleasure. Doesn't use torture unless absolutely necessary. Will use torture to extract information, but not for pleasure. Chaotic neutral.
Oh.
Chaotic neutral at best. There's also neutral evil, which is uses torture to extract information and enjoys it, may torture for pleasure. Chaotic evil is uses torture to extract information and pleasure. To extract pleasure is an interesting line.
Sorry, I was trying to get my phone plugged in. I didn't hear anything.
So does Peregrine take pleasure in torturing bad people?
Good question.
So here's lawful
Maybe
evil, and here's why we thought you were lawful evil, okay? Always keeps his word of honor. Lies and cheats those not worthy of his respect. Note the qualifier of those not worthy of his respect. May or may not kill an unarmed foe. Never kills an innocent, but will harm, harass, or kidnap. Never tortures for pleasure, but will to extract information. Never kills for pleasure, always has a reason. May or may not help someone in need, respects honor and self-discipline, has no time for the law, will work with others to attain his goals, may take dirty money, and never betrays a friend. Honestly, lawful evil is how I ran my evil game for Baldur's Gate.
You know, that sounds pretty much like it would line up with Peregrine.
Okay, you're lawful evil. This is Saltmarsh. You know, we're not expecting like goody goodies here. There's barely anybody in Saltmarsh that's a goody goody.
Or something similar to a toothpick that I can. You know what's funny is.
Kitty! Wow!
Yeah, there's a couple kitties in here.
6.
Wow!
She's a
I
very
talked to
angry
the cat. I talked to the cat, and that makes me happy.
Lizzie. Take that.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what a noise she makes.
That is not even full volume.
Wow.
He is arrogant.
She's something. She's a little hellcat. She's beautiful. And she's real sweet to most people once she gets used to them, but she does not like most other cats.
That's sad.
Yeah.
Alright, so we got like 5 more minutes here. Gorgeous, do you want me to take a look at your sheet? Do you want to talk about anything on your sheet? Or is it like a quiet night?
You can take a look at my sheet. There's a few things that I've been filling out for just like the personality, appearance, age, gender, etc.
Okay. Hold on, I need to make a note of something that I need to talk to everybody about. There we go. Needed to remind myself to say that. Near the end of the session when everybody's here. Hopefully everybody can just pop in late. I'm gonna message Skelly and be like, yo, where you at? My back.
Welcome back.
What?
I said welcome back.
No, I said my back.
You're back.
My back.
Welcome
My
to your
neck.
back.
My back. My shoulder. And my back.
Uh-huh. Yep, that's how the song goes.
I love
That's
the
how it goes for
repetition
me.
of that song. It's so good.
Massage my neck, my back, my shoulder, and my back.
Mm-hmm.
Massage hard, massage good, massage them muscles just like you should.
Massage.
I was gonna say it's the Kids Bop version, but then it got a little sus.
How is it sus to give somebody a massage?
Oh, look.
You said massage.
Baby,
real
baby,
hard.
look at the-
Massage
look at-
real
look at-
good.
Look at it, look. You gotta watch. See? It lights up.
Okay.
You gotta watch. See? See how cute it is?
Uh-huh.
Sorry, I was showing him the little portrait thing and how it lights up.
Oh, how it shines.
Yeah!
I think Peregrine might be the only one that doesn't have like a little dilly that happens when he talks. Everybody else has like a little dilly that happens.
He blinks a little extra hard, I think. Kind of a blink.
Actually.
The way that you blink when someone says something stupid and you go, sweetie.
Well, Perry, if you think of anything, to add to your little thing, it would be only a couple pixels, and then I could just send it along to your husband to re-upload it.
Yep.
So depicted here on the stream, if anybody's watching the stream, this is a picture of Saltmarsh made by what is it, Joe RPG Art, or is it James RPG Art? I think it's James. Yeah, it's James RPG Art that I converted into NES, what do you call it? Into an NES palette at NES resolution.
Cool.
James RPG Art, I support him on Patreon, and he creates ambient pictures for D&D games for you to put up when there's no battle map. And there's he does animated ones too, but there's no way that would have worked without making a GIF or something, and I would have to animate it by hand, which, what's the point of getting the animated version and converting it if I have to go back and animate it by hand? I might as well just do that. So I'm just at the, like, I get access to the animated ones. They're really cool. But really, I did it so I could get the night pictures as well, because the difference between the day pictures and the night pictures is so cool. It's the same picture. Like, it's just neat how you can, like, manipulate a painting to make it look like it's nighttime, and then, like, add some glow to the windows, and suddenly you've got night.
Yup.
Yup. All right,
Yup.
so it's 6:30. And I guess this is all we got.
Okie dokie.
We'll see here. Actually, I'm gonna check in on Swabby. You almost here. And then Becky. I know Becky's gonna be late.
Mm-hmm.
Also, did you give Becky, Juniper, did you give Becky the pet dragon? The pet pseudo dragon?
No, I think I still have my pseudo dragon.
Oh, because
Was that for her?
no, it's oh, no, never mind. Hold on.
I know she ended up going with Drake Warden Ranger.
Yeah, never mind.
Okay.
I thought the pseudo, she keeps talking about having a baby dragon, and I think she means the pseudo dragon, but that's not what she means. She has a familiar, which is the cat, and but as far as we all know, it's just a cat. Okay.
Okay.
Like, you can have a familiar that's an actual animal. Plenty of wizards and you know, the like had actual animals that were their familiars. Yeah. And then also animal companion in the form of water drake.
Okay.
Yes. So, yeah, we're gonna start.
Sounds good.
Because I messaged the other three, and I guess they will pop in later, and I guess I will ask them that after. So, welcome to session 0 of the Underdogs of Saltmarsh. This is a homebrew-ish kind of thing based on the story of Ghosts of Saltmarsh for Dungeons & Dragons that we have converted to Mini 6, which is a bare bones version of OpenD6, which then I have expanded upon with multiple source books at my disposal in the D6 realm, to kind of like give us more options, because Mini 6 was never designed to be the end-all book. It was always designed to be a skeleton that you build your own games off of. Let's start with the first thing. Let's talk about team building, okay? Let's do some team building, rather. You know, like a corporate interview. So, what's one thing you love about tabletop RPGs? Juniper, let's start with you.
How'd you know? I really like seeing how creative people get with problem solving. Like there's a lot of problems that as soon as I see it, I will think one thing, but there's everyone else at the table is going to have a completely different thought, and I like seeing how everyone else problem solves. Like there's certain people that will go first with communication. There's some people that are just like, we need to build our way out of this. Other people are like, I'm going to sit and scream. So I really like seeing...
Wait. Can you elaborate on the I'm gonna sit and scream?
Well, there's some people that when they come into an issue, they're like, yeah, I don't really have anything constructive to put into this, but I'm gonna make some noise. I'm gonna be part of something. They don't always even try to help. They're just there. But even then, it's really fun to see when you decide to be there and when you feel like you can't do anything. And then the moment in someone else's problem solving where they go, oh, actually, here's how I can help. So I really like seeing who starts out as just a sit and scream person and then who can work their way into becoming more constructive. I like seeing people's processes.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna write that down.
Oh.
I like that too. I think that's one of the reasons why I like Mini 6 more than Dungeons & Dragons past 5th level. Because, like, you're forced to do a lot of creative problem solving at low level D&D because you don't have skills that you can just, like, jump off of a cliff and live. You don't have, I mean, most people don't. You know, it isn't like everybody in the party's got like a ton of magic items that let them do ridiculous things to bypass any of the role-playing or skill challenges. You know?
Yeah. Before you really have like magical items and all this cool tools, you have to figure things out because like anything could squash you. So you got to be creative with not being squashed.
Yes, and Mini 6, you could still get fucking killed even if you have like a lot of cool skills. One wrong roll, and you could just fucking die. There's no death saves. Well, if you're mortally wounded, you can like try to roll to stabilize yourself, I think. Let me double check how that works. Mortally wounded. before I we are going to talk about wounds and everything though. Character is near death and knocked unconscious with no chance to keep up. Roll the character's might each round. Character finally dies if roll is less than the number of minutes he's been at this level. So you don't ever stabilize, you can just slow down how fast you bleed out.
Huh.
Yeah. Because you've been mortally wounded. Like, sorry, if you get stabbed in the throat, you can only hold your hand over it for so long.
Right. What would a mortal wound for me be?
I'm gonna write that down as a question we ask later.
Like, I can very clearly be immolated.
I was gonna say, just being on fire, I guess. Could be a mortal wound.
But if I'm on fire, I can be put out.
Yeah.
But like, how much of me, like, if my head is detached, do I break, do I die, or am I still alive?
Oh, actually, we could just look at the description of being a Runeborn.
Okay.
Let's
Because
see
if
here.
it's like a traditional like Jewish golem, then I would have like
They
a
live
part of me that
indefinitely.
if it's removed.
They live indefinitely and have no emotions, can be healed with spells and prayers, lore, nature, or repair, depending on the type of damage. So you wouldn't die so much as stop working unless somebody took an axe to you and turned you into splinters, or somebody like burned you and there was no putting you out.
Okay.
And so like, you're probably the only character that can come back from the dead. Like
Yay!
But that's a question.
It's wonderful that you
Wait
say
a minute.
That. I love that.
Wait a minute, though. I said maybe. Because also, what? No, we're gonna get back to this. Do we treat death? We're gonna come back to this. Okay?
Yes, I would love to contemplate my death.
Oh God. Juniper's death, not your death personally. Your death in Minecraft. As the
We'll go with
youths
that.
say. Alright, so Peregrine. What's one thing you love about tabletop RPGs? This could be a favorite moment from a previous game, a reason you're excited to play, like strategy, story, social interaction, or like literally anything. It could be you like dice and their fun colors. You know, it could be anything.
Part of my answer is a silly one. I just like numbers, and I like watching numbers go big, and I like watching numbers go small, and I also just love like the freedom of ability that you get in a tabletop game. You get to just build whatever you want and kind of run with it, and you're going to be useful in some way, even if it's
Fair.
minor. And I like to build stuff and just see what works and what doesn't.
When you say
I also
build stuff,
really-
what do you mean?
Like doing different builds, like your typical RPG, like you build like a stealth archer, or you build like tanky warrior type, or you build a really adept spellcaster, or someone who's really good at fist fighting. You know, just I like combing through and just seeing what playstyles I like to do and what works for me.
Somebody who takes every drug known to man and then punches a bear.
Exactly.
You get cocaine bear, that's what you get.
We love Cocaine Bear.
By the way, my brother is also in the room. He'll probably be mostly quiet, but he is here.
Oh, is that your brother saying that?
Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry, he sounds a lot like me.
He does.
Hello.
But you also mentioned favorite moments, and I really liked the moment last session where I turned into a big green rage monster. I mean, not the Hulk, and tortured my arch nemesis because he murdered my husband. Spoilers. But
How is that a spoiler?
It already happened.
I just, for people that are new to
Oh.
whatever we're doing.
Well, that would
No,
be a
it
great
is-
thing for them to know.
It is essential to know that part of the backstory at this point, because it literally, in game, it literally will have just happened.
Yeah, that is true.
Oh, by the way, is Ned dead?
No.
No, I think we took him hostage.
Yeah,
if I remember
he fell
correctly.
unconscious.
Or we planned
Okay.
on taking him hostage.
Okay, and then he
With the
farted
constabulary
everywhere.
approaching. Who farted what?
Oh yeah,
farted
he
a
he
lot.
farted.
Oh, that's right.
The whole fucking, like, stone, everyone on the stone pier just
Yep.
like caught a gigantic whiff of like bacon wrapped broccoli.
Oh no.
I was torturing a guy and shitting myself at the same time.
And it wasn't until after it happened that he realized how much he had beefed and how bad it was.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And the local authorities were not friendly with me.
Shit on them too.
Gorgeous. Are you there?
Hey, gorgeous. I'm always here for you.
That's hot. This is flirting. It is indeed gay. All right, Gorgeous. What's one thing you love about tabletop RPGs?
Okay, so one thing I really enjoy is basically having the ability to explore ethics and morality in like a sandbox, so to speak. I find that it's a way of kind of exploring the way people think and the way people can act with one another and through one another in a way that we're just physically not able to explore, but also in a way that doesn't disrupt, people. If we wanted to say experiment in the real world with some of this stuff.
You know,
what I mean?
Honestly, I love that too. I love all of these things about RPGs.
It's an ethical social experiment.
Yeah,
Exactly.
like that's why I end up playing Evil in Baldur's Gate so much, because like I'm good in real life.
What happens when you're not?
Right, like what happens if I cut loose? What happens
if you let the intrusive thoughts win?
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what the Dark Urge is all about, is like, do you let your intrusive thoughts win?
Yup.
What happens if I do pick up a crying baby and stab its fucking right in the middle of the market?
Jesus.
Oh God.
Little dark. That's
Just a touch morbid.
my baby brother.
All right, so this
the
is
one family member that Ronan was pretty sure was still alive and was still looking for.
oh
His baby brother.
that one.
May or may not be somewhere in the story. Probably will.
I mean, if he wants to join, we'll talk offline. I don't
Yeah, that'll be
know.
up to y'all.
I don't know who all. I appreciate you all showing up. Let me say that.
Oh yeah.
Man, Majora's Mask graphics.
And I know shit happens, which is what has happened in a couple cases. I know shit happens.
No,
Right.
Yeah, so anyway, expanding on that, are you most excited in this game or actually in general, I should say, are you most excited by combat, exploration, puzzles, or roleplay?
For me, I would say it's a mix of puzzles and roleplay. I love puzzles. And
I freaking hate puzzles.
I love puzzles. And
I don't want to think. I just want to unga bunga.
I also really, really like the roleplay aspect of it, where it's like, yeah, I will like fight some things, kill some things, but also I'm interacting with other people. I'm like being able to live being a character in a book. I'm a writer as well, and being able to sort of like write a story with all of you is so much fun. So I really like the roleplay aspect of it.
Okay,
I like
Cool.
to bonk.
you hate. I already wrote hates puzzles, unga bunga.
Yes, I love the combat aspect of like D&D and other tabletop games, because again it comes back to the numbers thing. I like watching numbers go up and I like watching numbers go down. So
I'm very excited for you to get more into combat with Mini 6. It's vicious, I'll say that. It's faster than D&D. It's more vicious than D&D.
Good.
experienced.
Yeah. Like D&D would be like, what stats do I roll to pull this guy's teeth out? Oh, I don't know. But with this, it's like, because there's less rules that explain how something works, it's more like, unless I'm trying to calculate how far something gets thrown, which I have a table for, or how hard something is, like, I don't know how hard it is to break in a door. Like, it would just be like might versus might. Like, pull his teeth out. Like, fucking go for it. His skull is only so strong, you know? And you're a giant, so, like, you could probably just do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, like, how healthy is this man? What time period are we? His teeth are coming out anyway.
I mean, you know, he's not a sailor. So he could be healthy.
I'm sure he couldn't afford the best dental care. though.
Right, he's not a nobleman's son that we know of.
No, he's not a nobleman's son. But if
He's
y'all
just
had
the
seen
naked
his
dude found in
house,
the dungeon.
if he had gotten away to his house, if y'all had seen his house, you would know. He could afford dental care if he wanted it.
I mean, if we play this right, we can have his house.
Very true.
Let me take his shit. I want his shit.
We could do a whole side quest. I've got it. I've got it planned out, written down somewhere. Do I have it in here? No, of course not. It's written down somewhere. Oh wait, no, it is right here. Yeah, I've got the whole place. We can still do it.
Let's take his house. Let's just steal his identity.
Oh God.
I am Ned now.
I am
Ned
Ned
Snake
now.
Skin. Snake
Look at
Shaft.
me. Look at me. I am Ned now.
I am Ned now.
like
at
like
me.
That's gonna be my developing
the Ned now.
personality. Oh my god.
like instead of like pointing at your eyes, you just point at the teeth that you've lodged into your wooden skull, and you're like, look at me, look at me. I am the Ned now.
Yup. And they're all like poorly lodged in. They're not even in the correct dental order.
Oh God.
I've got like buck canine teeth,
Ah!
incisors in the back.
Ah!
My bottom jaw is just arranged like a horse.
Oh my God.
Ooh, if we can find me a horse's lower jaw, I can replace my lower jaw.
Why the long face?
Oh my God.
Oh. Oh wait, maybe I can get Ned's face too.
Jesus.
You just gonna wear.
I think you might have to fillet his face there, bud.
Listen. I don't know how your uncle would feel about you looking like Ned's face stretched over
Yeah,
your.
her would be uncomfortable. I will say that right now.
But would Ronan? Think about Bandit Ronan. He would have done it.
I mean, that's all up to Ronan.
What is this group I'm getting myself in?
Oh my God. All right, so that being said, gorgeous.
Yes.
Are you excited by combat, exploration, puzzles, or roleplay the most?
I usually get the most excited by a combination of exploration and roleplay. I just think that it's so fascinating to explore not just, the characters and their interactions, but also the kind of universe that the wonderful DM sets up.
Flattery will get you everywhere.
Excellent.
Okay. It looks like we've got Swampy joining us.
Sorry, I was drinking water, but I wanted to say when your DM is a dragon, flattery will get you everywhere.
What was that you said about the dragon?
I knew it!
Flatter me, puny humanoids! Tell me I have a nice butt.
You have the best ass in the business. And the business is nice asses.
I shall go into business and earn all the gold. And then I shall have, wait, no, I shall have everyone earn gold for me. Capitalism.
Got a little Santa Clausy there at the end, but with the final line I understood why. Ho,
All right.
ho, capitalism.
Ho ho ho, capitalism. So we're gonna wait a minute for Swabby to pop in. Oh, Becky's here.
Becky! Becaw!
Beck.
Becky.
Let me smash. Beck.
I got you some blue.
Got blue.
Mickey.
All right, what I need you to do is I need you to take if you could scroll up in our DMs, if you take those two pictures that I sent you, the inactive and the talking, and go to the website that I sent you so we can get your icon set up.
Okay, repeat that. I see the inactive and the talking.
Okay, save them to your computer.
Okay.
And then go to the website that I said below, reactive.fuji.tech.
Okay.
Okay, you're logged in?
Yep.
All right, click the big plus button. And then upload the talking one where it says talking and the inactive one where it says inactive. Don't worry about the other two.
Good news, I look like I'm a stone.
I think I'm
Swabby is here.
Hello, welcome!
Swabby, did you upload the new one where I gave it the feather flop? I think Swabby's still getting set up. Oh, and Becky is set up, so let's copy that and add it to as browser source to call it Becca, and right there, and okay. Oh, wrong size. Hold on. How big are these other ones here? 270 by 360. Trying to get it exact. Exactamundo. There we go. Becky, say something. Let's see if it works.
Becky! You are you are a delight.
I missed you so much.
All right, so real quick, since we have not gotten that far in the thing, Swabby, can you hear me?
Swabby, can hear you.
Hooray! Say something else, Swabby. I wasn't looking at the thing. I want to see if your thing. Oh yeah, you've got the feather flop one. Woo!
I did. I set it up.
Hooray! Oh, gorgeous left.
The feather flopping was too well animated. It scared everybody away.
No, it's okay. All right, real quick. There we go. That should work. My Stream Deck kept defaulting back to a certain screen, and that was bothering me. I'm done now. So, Becky and Swabby, since we've only gotten 2 questions in, let's continue. I'm gonna let's back up 2 questions. Swabby, what's one thing you love about tabletop RPGs? This could be a favorite moment from a previous campaign, or a reason that you're excited to play, like strategy, story, social interaction, anything.
Definitely the social interaction aspect of it. I enjoy being able to take up the role of just being a doofy dumbass while playing a game. It's a nice role to play.
Okay, so when you say social interaction, you mean like in-game?
Yeah. The role play aspect of it is fun.
Okay, so now some people are like, they like the social aspect of it as in like, I'm hanging out with actual humans for once.
No, I get too much of that in real life. I'm indifferent to the to more people.
Okay, fair. All right, Becky, what about you?
I think my favorite thing is to go ooh shiny and to see how fast I can derail the group by saying oh shiny.
Fun.
Is that terrible?
It's not, but it's good to know. It's good to write down. It helps me with session prep. I know your weakness now.
Things.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I said I like shiny things. I'm very easily distracted.
Amazing. I love it, and I have noticed that about you. All right, so are you most excited by combat, exploration, puzzles, or role play? Swabby, is that still role play for you?
I think so, but I'm interested to see what kind of encounters and spaces you cooked up.
Okay. Let's see what we cooked up. Well, it's all half-baked, just so you know. So I hope you took your shots.
Irene, baking something halfway is still baking. Anyone could be a chef.
Mostly dead is still partly alive.
This is all true.
And that is what we will tell the authorities about Ned.
Yeah, because that'll help.
That works, right?
He's not dead. We didn't kill him.
That is true.
It's very true.
We're not murderers.
Yet.
But they can't convict us for a crime we haven't committed.
I mean, you know, murder is in the eye of the beholder.
Is he dead? It's not murder.
Yes, but he is badly broken and beaten.
You've also killed other people.
It happens. In our line of work, it happens.
Becky, are you most excited by combat, exploration, puzzles, or roleplay? I'm gonna guess exploration for you. But I'm gonna let you answer, but that's just my guess. I thought it'd be fun to guess. Becky. Becky.
I, 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 I,
Sorry, my husband was talking to me. What was the question?
Are you most excited by combat, exploration, puzzles, or roleplay?
That should be obvious. Exploration.
That was my guess. Alright, so as a player, what's one strength you bring to the group? If you can't think of your own strength, we'll have others share what we think your strength might be.
I don't know what my strengths are yet because I have not done tabletop role playing in a long time.
Okay.
But maybe it's that a newcomer's boost. Nobody knows what to expect from me, so.
What's a newcomer's booth?
Boop. Yeah. Boof. No, boost. I don't know. Like,
boost.
Like beginners,
Boost.
You don't know what to expect.
Okay. Okay, so you're just a seed, and we don't know what kind of seed you are. You're just a little egg. We won't know what's in it till it hatches.
Very true.
I bet it's gonna be pretty.
Aw.
Gonna be gnarled.
Shiny.
Gnarled and wicked.
Pretty to me, I'm a tree. I got different viewing standards.
That's very true. Peregrine, what about you? What is a strength that you personally bring to the group?
I think I'm okay at keeping the party on track.
Okay.
For important things. At least like in character I am. Out of character probably not. But also I'm good at bonk. Because my character's good at bonking.
Good at bonk.
So if something ever needs to be bonked, like a person or an object or a random thing, I can bonk it.
So like as far as your personal play style goes, that's your general MO is you could bonk it if it needs bonking.
Yeah, getting shit done and bonking shit that needs to be bonked.
Okay.
Pretty good defenses against bonks too. 2d6s for a bonk save.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that's on their character sheet.
What? Now I'm looking on your character sheet. 2d6 versus bonk save. What?
Yeah, that's there. I don't know if you've caught up to the current version of Mini 6, but there are
Oh, shut up! Oh my god!
Deceased.
DC.
Juniper, what you got? Oh, they're not called DCs in this game. They're called TNs, target number. Just so you know.
Got you.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that better than difficulty class. It just seems like a weird phrase.
Yeah. I think that I bring a sense of whimsy.
I agree.
I bring unconventional approaches and kind of, even in the most serious moments, a small sense of fuck it.
Oh, man, we
just a little bit.
Okay, so we've got sense of whimsy, unconventional approaches, and a sense of fuck it. That's amazing. I love that.
I think that is the best thing that I bring to the table, is just
fuck it, we ball.
Yeah. I keep people from falling into like the doing the same exact thing or like doing the conventional. I will always opt for an unconventional means of approaching an issue.
Okay, cool. I dig it. Hold on. Okay, so Becky, what do you as a player bring to the group?
Probably thinking outside of the box.
Okay. Can I also write down chaos?
Absolutely.
For Swabby, I'm also gonna write down funny, because not only did you take that perk, you're already using it, so good job. For those of you who don't know, there's literally a perk listed called funny, where once per session you can double a social roll where you have to say something funny. But also, once per session, if you make the GM laugh, you get an automatic character point.
Wow.
Nice.
Juniper is not funny.
Damn.
She's funny in the sense of that she never has any idea what's going on ever,
Yeah.
and it's funny.
Is that funny?
It's funny, like, in the way that a kitten is funny. When they're being, like, absolutely brainless.
That's why Becky and June are best friends.
Just a couple of himbos.
Yeah. Thembos?
Thumbos?
Himbos.
Herbos.
All right, so let's get on to scheduling. Let's talk about how long do you see yourself being able to commit to this game realistically on a weekly basis? Like, I'm not talking about, like, years would be cool, but, like, because some of you have been with this game for, like, a year and a half now, 2 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, like, but we haven't gotten a lot done because of scheduling issues, and that's why I'm trying to, like, establish a core group of people who can play weekly. Because it would be great if we could actually, like, get somewhere with this. Like, we've only done we've only done 2 quests, you know? So,
I got to start somewhere.
yeah. What?
1 quest per year? That's something.
Hey, yeah. I mean, a lot of it has been, like, we take our time, we noodle around, we open every box, apparently.
Yes. Absolutely we do. Because what if I need something in the next box?
What if there's a cool rock in this box, too?
We love cool rocks. How often have the cool rocks come in clutch?
At least 3 times. That I
turn them into currency.
This one has a legendary piece of lint.
Exactly. This is lint from the very pocket of the king's own butler.
Yeah,
By the way, I have.
You weren't there for the session where we went and hijacked the post office from my game.
No, I was not.
There was a whole session with us hijacking the post office.
So, like, y'all opened every letter?
Every single box.
Oh my god.
We just stayed in there. We were like, can I roll to open another 3 boxes?
Why do you have to roll to open a box? Don't you have a knife?
I don't think we did. We were just like tearing into them with our hands.
Oh
Or
my
I guess
god!
I was using my horns or something. Like,
I would like to roll to open a Roth IRA, please.
Funny you should mention that. I've got a question later on about that, but I do have a pickpocket loot table with 91 items on it.
oh boy, that'll be exhausted in a couple days.
But I also have another pickpocket loot list that has 100 items on it. And then I also have a mundane loot for, like, things that are not in pockets. You know, like maybe you found a leather-bound hymnal, or a camp hatchet with the word Wolfgar inlaid into the head with darker metal. I think one time y'all found a necklace of reptilian teeth. That's the next thing on the list. 1d4 discs of dwarven meatloaf, which each nourish a man for 2 days.
Wow.
Wow.
My
Wow.
hobbit husband would probably beg to differ.
How many do we eat? 4.
There were only 4 there. They were for me.
They were for me.
Okay, so how long do you see yourself short term committing to this?
I, at the moment, don't have anything else going on, so I can commit as much time as I have energy for. Once I start working, it might be a little bit different, but I should still be able to do like at least once a week.
Okie doke. So just indefinitely for you?
Yeah.
And I'm pretty much in the same spot. So.
Okay.
I love the game and I'm very flexible. I'll make it work. It's the thing that I enjoy doing, so I can work around it.
I love it when cute guys are flexible. All right, Becky.
Hey, yo. I'm cute, but I'm not sure about the flexible part.
can get
Aw,
there.
sad.
We can get there.
I cast Fold Person. Becky, how long do you think you could keep this up?
I mean, I've been here forever, so
I just thought I'd ask. I don't know, shit changes. And Swabby.
Hi.
Hi.
I mean, basically until I can hook up with an NPC and leave the party and start a new life for me.
Okay.
Get that bag.
I mean, basically.
How often do you realistically see yourself having to drop out of the weekly Saturday game due to other commitments? You could just guess.
Probably like once every couple months. Otherwise,
Okay.
I should be fine. But that's like I don't foresee anything happening, but I have been so wrong this year about my free time. But right now, I have nothing ever intentionally scheduled on Saturday evening. No jobs, no projects, so I should be good.
Okay,
Should be
cool.
good.
Same here. Like, if it's something that pops up really quickly that I have to do, then it'll be like every couple months, maybe, if that.
Okay. Well, that's why I want to have like a core group of 6 if we can, because if like tonight 2 people can't make it, then we still have enough to play with.
Right.
And eventually I want to get like people who could drop in when somebody can't make it. And we can talk about like I'm trying to go in order so I don't jump around, so I don't get distracted. How long should we wait for a player to show up? Like today we did 30 minutes. Is that reasonable?
Yeah, I think 30 minutes is reasonable before like we want to start. But if a player comes in like an hour or more in and it's easy to slip them in, then that should be fine. But if it's like we're right in the middle of something, then maybe just tell them to catch us next session.
Okay. Does everybody else agree with that?
I'm okay with that. I will say I worked really hard to get here today, guys. I just want to say that
We appreciate your presence.
my car shit the bed when I was visiting my parents for Thanksgiving and was just like pissing oil out of the bottom. So
no.
I had to drive 25 miles at a time, dumping 4 quarts of oil into my engine every 25 miles.
Jesus Christ.
For the full 350-mile drive back. So it turned a 4-hour trip into like 7 hours, but I still got here. So 45
Fucking
minutes
hell.
isn't too late for me. I'm glad I got
Yeah,
it.
that's amazing.
You poured so much oil onto the highway.
Yeah,
That's
I
like-
tried to get a tow truck, and they're like, "Yeah, that'll be $1,000." It's like, okay.
Yeah, tow
I'm
trucks
just
are a
gonna-
fucking $1,000 for no reason.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll wait 30 minutes if we know in advance, and if someone comes in late, hold on, if known in advance, and if they come in late and we can slip them in, then cool. If not, catch us next time. That makes sense. All right, I will cancel the game if 3 or more players cancel on us, and I can't find replacements for that night.
Cool.
And as far as replacements go, the replacements will probably either be already established characters in Saltmarsh, like the people we have been playing with who can't make Saturdays for whatever reasons. Or if it's completely new people and they're just filling in, I'll probably have them play like one of our NPCs, like the Kobolds or Varnoth or something.
That makes sense.
And if they end up consistently filling in,
It went down there somewhere.
maybe we just ask them to show up all the time.
Yeah.
Cool.
How should we handle your character if you can't make it one night? Should that be like a case-by-case basis, or do we want to have like a general rule of thumb?
I think there should be somebody should have an inventory object that is like a Pokeball that is not they don't really have control over, and sometimes it just sucks characters into them, and we just say, oh, they're stuck in storage.
They're stuck in storage.
I think that it should be.
They're in someone's PC.
I think it should be a case-by-case basis where we see like, well, this character, it makes sense. It would make sense for Juniper to just like go wander off and photosynthesize somewhere.
Okay.
And for another character like Becky, it might make sense for her to just go hunting or like go off and do something else every once in a while. For a character who's like a rogue, it's like, okay, maybe they go off and they do some shady things over here because they're in town and like they knew this one guy here, so they go and do a thing. So something that fits for every character, but there should be a way for us to kind of like conveniently slip them out of almost every story.
I like the idea of having like personal ones. Yeah, and then
you
if
have
it's
to bring your own excuse for why your character isn't there instead of having to make someone else create it.
I like that. So that's Juniper's excuse, and I dig it. Becky, could yours be like you saw something shiny and you just wandered off?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I got distracted by this really pretty flower, and then I got lost in the woods because I had to go chase my cat that tried to run up a tree, and I couldn't get her down.
That's fucking amazing. Okay. So, Peregrine, what about you? Like, what are we gonna say if you can't make it one night?
Peregrine's brooding in a corner somewhere.
Oh no!
I could. He is kind of a broody boy at the moment, so he could but he's also good at smithing and wood carving. So I could just say he went to the woods and because he saw some good lumber and just thought he would carve out his thoughts.
So what if we're in a cave system?
Saw some rocks. You wanted to carve some rocks.
He's a decent smith, so if he sees some ore that he might want to mine for something.
Okay. Just abandon the party in the middle of a fight.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, y'all are terrible.
To distract myself.
And Swabby. I feel
got
like
turned around in my shell.
You got turned around in your shell. I had a great idea. Well, I think it's a great idea. I had an idea. Okay? You know how you said Swabby has this uncanny ability to just, like, put a hat on and blend in?
I was here the whole time.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
Okay.
I like that.
So when Swabby's not here, we can still be like, right, Swabby?
And then somebody else just answers for Swami.
Oh
Like,
my
I just
god.
became one of the other party members.
And we remember having entire conversations with you, and you're just like, was I really there?
Oh yeah,
No,
I'll
don't
remember
make
that.
Don't make it too
Or-
good, because then I'll want to not be here, because it'll be funny. I can't.
Or if a character if a character's like, yeah, I'm gonna go alone and do this thing, and they like see, or if they learn anything later on, it's a thing. It's like, oh, only I know this, and it's like, no, Swabby knows. Swabby was there too.
It's actually super
don't know.
useful.
We don't know if Swabby was there.
All right, so
Swami
let's
takes
talk
off the
about.
rock hat. Okay, we're just in the cave wall.
Swabby has a new hat. It's a rock. It fits. Look, it fits Swabby's head perfectly. All right, so table expectations. I'm gonna say alcohol is fine. Okay, just because I recently stopped drinking due to medication reasons does not mean you can't drink. Okay, but please don't be blasted while we play. I know that I've gotten blasted on accident while we play. That's a bad time for everybody. So let's not do that. But this is like this isn't that kind of game. Please don't play other games or watch videos or anything like that while we play. I can't enforce this, okay? But if you're like consistently not paying attention until it's your time to roll dice, you'll probably get called out. Does that make
Sounds
sense? Okay.
Yeah, that sounds good. So before I get really annoying with this, can you just tell me like all the tabs I should have open right now to be ready to do this? Because I'm looking through all of the Discord and I'm not sure where everything is.
Oh,
Apologies.
do you have your character sheet?
I don't. I remember we did it together. Did you send it to me?
I'm just gonna go ahead and put it in the voice chat real quick.
Okay. Thank you so much.
That is the link to everyone's character sheet.
Oh, sweet. Okay. I will bookmark this so I don't have to be annoying about it in the future.
Yeah, and the only other thing I would recommend having open is maybe the wiki,
Okay.
which is just
The
I'll
mini
paste
six
that as
wiki?
well. It's my wiki that I have all the mini 6
oh.
stuff on.
Yeah. Okay.
And everybody watching in chat can also go check it out. It's a good time. So yeah, like, because you can just kind of click around if you need to. I put Underdogs of Saltmarsh specific stuff in bold, and then everything else is under the mini 6 header, under general rules and character creation, DM stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So like, yeah. This song rocks. I love this song. Don't ever forgore. Alright, dice. So we're not gonna be rolling dice tonight.
Oh, okay.
We're not gonna be doing anything major tonight. We got stuff to discuss, and then honestly, the 2 players that I had a plot hook centered around are not here. So might have to come up with something else for like how the game actually starts. Also, based on future questions, I might take the game in a different direction. So we're not rolling tonight. However, when it comes to dice, please have like a fistful of D6s. I'd say at least 6 of them for now. And one of them needs to be a different color. Just one of them. I hear dice. They excite me. If you don't have dice, we've got a link to we've got a dice rolling room on rolls.org, and I'm working to get it integrated into our Discord server as well. But the dice rolling room is right here. They excite me. Oh God. If you don't have dice, I'm hearing an echo.
Uh-oh.
I don't know who that was. Anyway, where was I?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Talking about rolls.
You can't hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now. For some reason, I couldn't hear you for like a good 30 seconds, so I checked the stream to see if you were still speaking on there. Sorry. I forgot to mute myself before I did that. That's why there was an echo for a minute.
And it looks like Alibi is here. Hello. Hello?
Sorry.
I'm still hearing an echo of the stream, which is strange.
That might still be me a little bit. It wasn't all the way down. My bad. How about now?
I don't know. I guess not.
Okay.
All right. So if you don't have dice, there is you can hear us. Okay. Do you want to join in to the voice chat there, Alibi? It's okay. Don't be shy. So the rolls.org, if you click that, which I'm gonna do real quick, if you, instead of a D, if everybody wants to look, can everybody click that link real quick? Instead of using a D, you use a V, okay? So if I wanted to roll 6d6 with a wild die, it's 6v6. And what that does... Wait. Hold on. I mean, pound 6v6. And so what that does is it specifies the wild die separately. And if the wild die comes up as a 6, it will add another die. And if that extra die comes up as a 6, it will add another die. And it always says what the wild die is off to the side. So like, if it's a 1, you gotta let me know it's a 1. And then depending on the situation, I'll either invoke one of your complications or I'll call it a critical failure. Kind of depends. Like if one of your complications would make sense to invoke, I'll let you still do it if the roll is high enough, but your complication comes into play. Like if you've, I don't know, if you're a wizard who wears glasses and you cast Fireball, say you roll high enough, but the wild die was a 1, I could say as you cast it, the backblast from the heat, you know, cracks your glasses.
It fogged up your glasses and now your aim is shit.
Well, fogging them up is simple as wiping them off.
No,
I mean,
not
like
when you're a wizard.
Burning. What? Wizards can't wipe their glasses off?
I don't fucking know what I'm saying.
I'm gay and my glasses are dirty. Repost if you're gay and your glasses are dirty.
Could you repeat that command one more time? I know it's 6v6.
It's pound 6v6.
Pound 6v6. Okay. Gotcha. Cool.
Yeah. So, Becky, you got a critical success, and Swabby, you got a critical failure. Or, depending on what it was, like a critical failure would be like I would subtract 7 from that because your lowest roll is the 1 and your highest roll is 6. And so I would take that out, and if 12 still hits, then whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or I would say looking at your character sheet here, yeah, those complications. Maybe like if that was a social role, I would say like you're too young for the thing that you're trying to pull off, and you end up saying something dumb like you're trying to be two kids in a trench coat kind of vibes, and you end up like acting like Princess Carolyn's boyfriend on BoJack Horseman, like, oh yes, I went to go do grown-up stuff at the grown-up company.
That would happen.
Fantastic Fox says I'm gay. My glasses are dirty. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I love getting that started. All right,
I'm
so
also gay, and my glasses are dirty.
huzzah. So yeah, that's if you don't have dice. It's more fun to have regular dice. You end up rolling a lot of dice though, and if you prefer digital dice, just let me know you're in the dice room. I'll keep it open. Okay.
Okay.
Character sheets. So everybody's got one. I already linked you to that. You will be expected to maintain your items, notes, character points, and hero points.
Okay.
And your wound levels. Okay? And it's a fully editable sheet. You can just pop it in. And we'll talk about wounds and hero points and character points in a minute. And then I think, Swabby, now that you've got access to it, when you get a chance, can you fill out all the top block of your character sheet?
Yeah.
Cool.
I also generally take notes on the session.
Yes. Juniper
And
is our...
I share them in the Discord after the session or after I complete the notes, because sometimes I'll wait until the next day.
Yes, and I will also hopefully be taking better notes. I'm trying to make a good... I'm trying to get back into having good DM habits. And something about playing with Mini 6 makes me want to have better DM habits. I think it's because it's my favorite system. It's kind of my baby because I've been working with it for so fucking long. I've been doing this for... I think I've been running this system for a decade.
Wow.
Wow. Whoa!
That's about as long as I've been into D&D.
Well, there you are then. I've also been running D&D since 4th edition came out. Like the year 4th edition came out, I got the starter kit. Nobody else wanted to be the DM, and I was like, fuck it. I'm the one, because I was like, who should be the dungeon master? And they're like, well, usually the dungeon master is the one with all the books. And I'm like, ah, shit. That's me.
Uh-oh.
So I kind of got into it by default. But I love it. It's so much better than being a player, in my opinion, for me as a person. Like, being a player, I'm just like a fucking gremlin.
But we love gremlins.
I know, but like I'm like as a person a gremlin, not like as a player I'm a gremlin. If that makes sense. Like my character could be fucking anything, but as a player I'm typically a gremlin. Regardless of what my character is, it's hard. It's easier for me to like run a DM PC which is really just an NPC, I guess. I don't understand like what the point of having a DM PC is. It's just an NPC. Call them an NPC. They're not the players, you know? But like I've had a DM PC before that has worked better for me because like I'm managing everything and I'm like technically on everybody's side. By the way, I am on your side. I'm not trying to kill you. If anything, I'm trying to beat you within an inch of your life.
Right.
Perfect.
Because that's where the excitement is.
Hot. That's real abuse.
Oh my god.
But it's also
I said that to I said that to the most mixed of reviews.
Yes, mommy, torture me.
Oh my god, stop. Alright, so how do you feel about staying in character most of the time except for declaring roles and asking out of character questions?
I float in and out of character very fluidly.
Me too.
But if people would prefer that I stay more in character, I can make an attempt. It's easier once the more I play the character, the more I get into them.
That makes sense. We don't have to. It's just a thing that I wanted to float out there. Do you prefer games, or do you prefer watching games? You know, like, play the game you would watch. Have the stream you would watch. Like that kind of thing. Like, do you like it better when it's a mix of roleplay and out of character talk, or do you like it better when it's almost all roleplay, like everybody's talking like their character would, even if they're just fucking around?
I think it's I like the mix better, because I like to have a lot of like asides both in and out of character.
Okay.
So
Same.
there's just certain jokes work better in and out of character.
Fair. I've been watching a lot of Chuckles the Clown shorts.
Yes.
Oh my god, that guy. That, like, I want to, there's a game that I want to join depending on availability, or whatever next game I join. I want to be like this little old lady halfling warlock who, like, well, I was a librarian, and I went down to the catacombs to do a little bit of inventorying, and well, I saw this box that no one else knew was there. Every time they looked away from it, they forgot. But every time I looked away from it, I remembered, and that bothered me. Oh, it made me so upset. And like, basically, like, she finds this arcane box that operates like the silence in Doctor Who.
Right.
Like, every time you see it, it's the first time. Except she remembers it. She's the only one who remembers it. And she was very upset about this, figured out how to open the arcane locks on it, and found a sending stone to the Elder God, which knocked a lot of her screws loose. But she's still like this sweet little old lady who, like, casts Eldritch Bolt and shit like that.
Yes, I love it.
Sounds good.
You know, like, she'll cast command, and she'll just be like, "You look so tired. Why don't you just lay down? Isn't that nice? Just right there in the mud. Isn't that comfy? Comfy, cozy.
It's good for your skin, dear.
That's right. It certainly is. Well, I'm just gonna mosey on over here now, and I'm probably gonna do the whole thing in character if I can.
That would be wonderful.
Except for, like, announcing roles. You know? Like, if I want to investigate something like that, I'm just gonna investigate this little old box and see what's inside it. Oh!
But even for announcing roles, you could be like, "That's a 12, sweetie."
Ooh, I wonder if a 12's enough. So, is the general consensus, Alibi, Becky, Swabby, have not quite heard from you yet on what the consensus is about amount of role play we should be expecting from others and ourselves?
I enjoy a mix. I personally think it's more fun to try and do as much roleplay as possible, but I also enjoy a good aside or a question out of character.
Absolutely. Okay, so, like, as much roleplay as makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Or is reasonable.
Yeah.
Okay. The tone of the game is dark comedy.
Love it.
Oh boy.
It's literally all fun and games until someone gets hurt.
I'll get my Johnny Depp cosplay.
Which Johnny Depp cosplay?
Any. Dark comedy. Johnny Depp.
Fair. Okay. All right. So as far as narrative control goes, you will occasionally be asked to come up with details about the space you were in. Okay, that's a thing that I like to do. As opposed to just reading off what it says about the dark stench of damp mildew comes off of the dungeon walls. There is darkness all around. Like, I will occasionally ask you to name something you notice about the space you're in. And that will be part of the space now, okay?
Cool. I love that.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the time when you start describing a space, I will sort of like, my brain will skip ahead with being like, well, if this is over here, then there's probably something like this over here with what I expect to be in there. So it would be kind of fun to maybe fill in some of those things, because there are times when like I'll be expecting you to say that there's a thing and there's not a thing, and I'm wondering, is there a thing when they just didn't say there's a thing, because that's a thing I would expect to be here in this sort of place.
Fair.
So now
Also,
I can say that there's the thing.
Also, you can ask me if I don't outright ask you guys about details, you could ask me, and if I don't have anything prepped about it, I've got a chart that I roll on all the time. I don't know if you ever knew about this chart, but it's you can look at it. It's if you go to the wiki and you scroll down to where on the left it says system neutral, and you go to probability chart, I have a simple probability chart where I roll 2d6, and I've been rolling on that the entire time. And I haven't been announcing what chaos is though. But I could start
keep track of it.
Yeah, we can start keeping track of chaos. Because chaos is really fun. Basically, like, you know, whatever happened this session will determine the chaos for next session. It'll go up or down by 1 or stay the same.
Okay.
And
it's like a world tendency, but it's like a session tendency.
yeah, it's like session karma. Like, the more crazy ass whack shit happens, the more the more unexpected things happen, chaos goes up. And the more chaos goes up, the less likely things are to be yes on the probability chart, which tends to make chaos come back down in the game. And the more chaos goes down, the more likely you are to get a yes, which makes chaos, which can a lot of times make chaos go back up. I got this from the Mythic Game Master emulator. It's for like if nobody wants to be the GM. It's a thing that you can add to literally any. I recommend it. It's a lot of fun. It's a thing you can add to like literally any game system. I've run my own like solo quest by myself with it. It's not as fun to do a solo quest by yourself, but it's good if like you've got a group. And like I would do it for like games that I didn't want to prep ever. And Mini 6, you can really just never prep the game. It's very grab and go. It's very like just pick this thing up and drop it into a slot. You know, pick up a goblin, call it a kobold. You're done. The stats are the same because like the stats are so fluid and generic that like there's a lot of monsters where like if you look at, I think I put it on Rain's character sheet. I made a short list bestiary of size 0 creatures, and cat and monkey have the same stats. Like a small monkey, you know.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it's just a cat can't brachiate. Amazing. Just cats can't brachiate, you know. And monkeys don't have claws really, like cats do. And so you just kind of like take that into account, but otherwise like their core stats are the same.
Right.
And so Mythic Game Master Emulator was like, depending on what chaos was, it would determine how probable something was, and they did that on a scale of D100s. Everything for Mythic is 2D10. And you would roll on 2 different charts. Like, for if somebody says, well, what's the next thing that happens? You would roll on 2 different charts, and they were just charts of words. And you would end up with like a weird phrase, like limit potential. And you have to, everybody in the room collectively figures out what that phrase means in terms of what's going on right now. So like, maybe somebody gets hit with a trap, you know, and it weakens them, and it's like, oh shit.
For me, limit potential would mean that for some reason all of the characters are now more prone to holding back for a specific duration. So you take away one of the dice that you've been rolling with.
Right,
so you
but
just
you
do
would
a
have,
little less
but that's
of everything.
It's less of a mechanical thing and more of like a story thing, okay? So like, if everybody was more inclined to be holding back, you'd have to explain why. Why was it happening? Is it really cold in the room and everybody's fingers are getting numb? You know?
I like that.
And so it was pretty neat, but the thing that really stuck with me was the probability chart, which I reduced down to 2d6s so I didn't have to keep extra different kinds of dice on my tray. And I reduced it down to 2d6. So anyway, I will roll on that if you ask me a question, and I will just think of how likely is that? Or I might ask you, how likely is that really to be a thing? You know, like if you say, is the guard asleep with his key ring dangling through the bars of the jail cell, and you don't want to spend a hero point to say that that's the case, you could just ask me and I would be like, that's highly improbable, and I would roll against improbable.
Right.
And if chaos has been high, you might get a yes. And if I roll 2 6s, that's a critical yes, which is yes, in fact, and I have to add something to it. And if I roll snake eyes, it's no, in fact, and I have to like make it even worse, you know, like, is the guard asleep, like with the keyring hanging through the bars so we could just grab it? And I roll snake eyes, it would be like, no, in fact, the guard never sleeps and he always watches you and he doesn't blink.
Yikes.
He's
the guard.
Right, the guard is an automaton. It will never stop watching you. Good luck trying to pee. Like, and so that ends up like creating some really fun situations that we might not have come up with otherwise. Having the critical yes and critical no ends up being fucking hilarious every time. So when can a situation be taken back or retconned? Let's say you're playing chess and you don't take your hand off the piece, you can put it back, right? How far do we want to be able to go in this game to take back an action?
I would say by next session, it'll definitely have to be like a whole negotiation. But if it's something where like you just that is a good question, because if it's like someone's just upset with how something turned out, it's like, well, you can't retcon everything.
Yeah, I kind of like like if you say I do something, like, and we're talking about roles, we're already in it. In my opinion, I'd rather stick with the consequences.
Becky, what do you think?
I heard about half of that.
Okay, so where do we stop for take backsies? Like, what I'm getting from everybody else's response is once you've rolled for it, that's too late.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that.
Yeah. Unless it's, I mean, I will always take exceptions to rules. Like if you can negotiate it to where it makes sense, and it makes more sense. Like the way we did
That
with that one
TPK with the
section
baby
where-
dragon.
Yeah, where we realized that I didn't speak Draconic and the dragon couldn't understand me, so it ended up just being like a vision from a god or something. So that was negotiated, like, because it was like, wait a minute, we did all of this because we forgot that this stipulation was here, so we can make it make sense if we go back by doing this.
Okay.
I feel like if you undo something, even in that context, you should have to like roll again for like the new version of it, or the adjusted version, or the retcon.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Like they still had to fight the dragon. It's just we didn't insult the dragon while its face was 6 inches from us.
That's good.
Yeah.
Because it turned out the guy with the loose lips didn't speak any of the languages the baby dragon did, which was only Draconic.
And also, this angry hillbilly spoke like 7 languages, so it's a little surprising that he didn't speak any of the languages.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just assumed that he said it in Draconic, but then, like, I looked at his sheet for something else and saw that he didn't speak Draconic, and I'm like, wait.
Yep.
Wait. Hold
Just
up.
Scream gibberish.
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you feel about player versus player?
As long as it stays friendly, if it's like just an in-game thing where 2 characters kind of rub each other the wrong way, but the players are still very friendly to each other,
Yeah.
then I'm fine with it. But if it starts to get to like where it's player versus player IRL, like if we're out of character and we're still seeming a little rough, then maybe kind of have people try to adjust that a little bit.
Yeah, personally, I don't think I would PvP with anybody. Just because I'd hate to like accidentally ruin a part of someone's character unintentionally.
Fair. So here's an example that Juniper, Peregrine, and Becky will remember. We had a player who decided to, in broad daylight, steal from someone's cabin on the ship.
Yes.
And failed the stealth roll. And when he was called,
confined.
yeah, when he was called out on it, he was confined to quarters.
Yeah.
By the ship's captain.
Right.
And it's like, I feel like if you do PvP, if you initiate PvP, you should accept the consequences of your actions.
It goes both ways. If you are going to initiate it, be ready for there to be a PvP back at you. Like, they're not just going to be like, oh, whoops, your character's going to retaliate.
That makes sense. And remember, this is a high-death game. If you initiate PvP and nobody else is cool with it, you should also be willing to back down.
Yes.
And if you're not willing to back down, you should be willing to be killed by 3 other powerful people, at least.
Yes.
I'm about it.
By the way, there is stun damage.
Groovy.
You just gotta tell me that you're going for stun damage. What it does is, like, I forget what book I found it in, but I remember, like, before we had stun damage, we were accidentally killing people left and right. But even if you're doing stun damage, if you chop somebody in the throat with a lacrosse stick,
yeah,
you're gonna
hurt.
And you get a critical success, you're going to probably collapse their windpipe, and maybe they don't die, but it might feel like dying for them, and
Absolutely.
I think it's under miscellaneous damage. Yeah, stun damage. So what you do is you reduce the actual wounds taken by 2 with a minimum of stun. So, like, if you're going for stun damage and you hit somebody with, like, what would have been a mortal wound, as long as you said before you rolled it, you have to declare stun damage in advance, okay? Like, if you would have dealt them a mortal wound with your sword, instead you pummel them on the fucking temple with it, and that that mortal wound would turn into a severely wounded instead. So they would be at minus 2d6 to all actions. But also, they would be wounded in that manner for minutes equal to how much damage they would have taken. So, like, if it's, you know, if they're mortally wounded, they probably took like 13 or 14 damage, right? So they're at minus 2d6 for 15 minutes, okay? So basically the entire fight. And you can still you can keep adding stun damage until that person is like technically incapacitated. Like if you do a dead result on them, then they're incapacitated and they're just fucking passed out. But also, you won't have to heal them from that. They'll just kind of wake up with a shitty headache in, I don't know, more time, because that'll stack.
I like that. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
That would be very useful.
Yes.
So it works a little different. We have wounds instead of HP. I'll get more into that in a bit. Do you have any other RPG pet peeves other than, like, the ones we've already mentioned? Like, well, we haven't really mentioned any. What RPG pet peeves do you have? Oh, Becky's gone.
Come back, Becky.
Becky.
One of my RPG pet peeves is bullying. Definitely. Like, I get it if it's like a character thing, if your character is just like a little rude, but like if you are acting that way towards another player, then that's something that I've seen a lot in groups.
Like bullying in real life?
Yeah, kinda. It's like someone thinks it's okay because they're like, oh, this is just like my character, and then the other person like actually feels like they're going a little too far with it, and that the first person who's like, well, it's just my character, usually doesn't want to back down, and that issues me. That is a big issue for me.
That makes sense.
Anyone who will say something awful and then hide behind it's just my character.
Okay, yeah.
I agree.
Swabby, you got anything?
Oh my goodness, I thought I was unmuted. I was talking.
Nar.
My bad. I was saying, I feel like being an asshole in character requires a level of camp that separates it from real life. Like there should be a general, like, not sarcasm, but like if you're going to play the heel, like we gotta know that you're in WWE, you know, and you're not just like being an asshole in the line at the grocery store.
Right.
For me, it sound almost satirical.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Right.
I can
like,
dig
you
it.
should be playing Gaston.
Yes. Yeah.
We
Exactly.
see how swaggering and pompous, like it's.
Oh my
bluff.
god. Yeah.
If you're just like, that's a stupid idea, like every single time somebody says something, it's like, that's not enriching any character interaction.
Right.
But if you're playing Gaston and you're like, what is that? A sandwich with words as the wizard reads a book? Like, that's hilarious. Please do that. Okay.
I think one of my character's special abilities is that they pull people aside with their strong arms and give many hours long heart-to-hearts where that they can't escape, that are just very long, beleaguered, and boring. So I can get people to behave.
Okay.
Please do that with Juniper.
I'll keep
That would be hilarious.
rolling strength checks so that they can't escape my moral diatribe.
That's only if they're trying to escape.
Yes, yeah.
So if Juniper is just hanging there like a marionette with strings cut, because that's essentially what they are, and if you get them off balance, they're just gonna be like, I cannot stand. So I will just hang here until someone props me back up properly.
Okay. So, let's talk about triggers. If you don't want to talk about them on stream, you can DM them to me. If you want the other players to know what they are, you can post them in chat, in the voice chat, just so I know. But let me know what triggers you got, if any. Like stuff that if it happens in the game, it's gonna trigger the shit out of you.
Yeah. I don't have anything personally. I just would like it to be known that my personal pronouns are she, her, even if my character is fine with any pronouns, which I know might be, you know, it's difficult with characters and new people and stuff who we haven't met. So I'm not like gonna be like mad at anybody, but it is something that matters to me identity wise. But Swabby's whatever.
Okay.
You do whatever you want for Swabby, but it's not really like I don't have any content triggers like topics or anything that I wouldn't want to interact with.
Content for me kinda can vary a little bit. Sometimes it will depend like the headspace that I'm in, but then I will let you know if I'm in like a rough space. But in general, I'm okay with most things as long as they're like not just put in there to be put in there, like they actually serve a purpose. And
classic example from our previous sessions was when Billy Longbottom refused to be healed and belligerently just like took himself out right there in front of everybody.
Right, exactly.
If it made sense and was good in character, it would have been fine, but there was like a combination of factors going on. Like dude was drunk and like belligerently messaging me at the same time. Like and angry that his character had been downed.
Yeah, that was very like sudden and triggering, and usually I'm fine with that kind of stuff if it's like part of the plot and it makes sense.
Right.
But like that was just him giving up and not wanting to play the game because of a minor inconvenience to his character.
That was him throwing the Monopoly board.
Yeah. And that was triggering for me as well.
Right.
I would say like specific forms of self-delete. Like
everything in moderation.
Yeah, and I would say specifically for me, if you're gonna do it with a gun, if your character or something is going to do it with a gun, please very quietly, gingerly fade to black with that.
Yeah.
Because I just can't handle descriptions of it. I can't handle
like
people talking about it.
I feel like we could just say no to that in this context, in this
Sure.
world. I mean, I don't know what you have in store.
No specific descriptions.
Yeah, I agree. Also, for the record,
to that.
Also, for the record, my character would not do that.
Yeah,
just putting that
cool.
out there.
Now,
No
if you
matter
want,
the situation.
if you want a hero's death, that's fine. You know, like I've had people before in other campaigns where it's like, you know, somebody got his junk ripped off as his final blow, and as somebody goes to heal him, he just like grabs the guy's wrist and he says, "No, brother, I died in battle. This is a good death. Remember me," and just dies. And we were like, okay, that's fine, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A heroic sacrifice is different than committing the die of your own accord.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, you asked me how I wanted Ronan to die. I didn't have any specifics. But you did check with me and like you were like, hey, is this okay? Is this description okay? And there was we did talk a little bit about how much description there would be.
Yeah. Now, your characters will be wounded. Okay, when you get a wound level, healing from that, unless you've got magic healing, takes time. Your character can be laid up for weeks. We will figure that out. I just wanted to give you a heads up. Healing takes time unless you have someone actively tending to your wounds. If you've got someone actively tending to your wounds, they can make a healing they can make a healing check on you every day. And reduce your wound level by 1. But if you're just like, if you just go off someplace to recover, or nobody knows anything about medicine, like first aid shit, like you're at -5 to do anything that isn't listed on your character sheet.
Right.
No, I think we got rid of that. I don't know. I might change that. I don't know. Rules as written say that you're at -5 to do anything that isn't listed on your character sheet.
Okay.
Just because you have no experience with it. But I think I got rid of that just because I never do it. And like, so if you know a lot of things and you have 4D in wit, you could roll 4d6 to try to heal somebody. It just wouldn't be as good as if you had spent something in medicine to get a boost in it, you know? But if you're really smart, you could still you could still know enough to stop someone from bleeding. Like, unless you take a fail. Oh, let's talk about taking a fail.
Yes.
Whatever you've got listed as a complication gives you an opportunity to take a fail. That means you choose not to roll, and you instantly get a character point. It's a lot of fun. The more complications you have, the more opportunities you have to... Oh my god, Malaya, thank you for the bits. Hello. And you disappear. I never saw you. Okay, I'm sorry. Where did those bits come from? Ooh, spooky.
Ghost bits.
Ah, what is this? $1 I found on the ground. So yeah, if you have a fun complication, or if you have a complication that could fit in any situation, you could choose to just not roll for it.
So for me, if it's like somebody's running away and they're like, catch him, I could just be like, I cannot.
Yeah, you could try and fall over. That would be like taking a fail for you. Or
excellent.
Or you could
Do we come up with our own fails?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't just say I take a fail. You have to describe in what manner you fail. And it's generally like better if it's a critical fail that you describe. Or if it's just like, I don't know, for your young complication, Swabby, you could just be like
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, say someone's flirting with you, you know, instead of making a social roll to respond, you could just be like, I'm 8, what is this?
Yeah.
I'm 8. Is she offering me milk and cookies?
Well, yes, I am. Alright. This game is rated R for violence, drug use, and strong language. When I said drug use, I typically mean potions. But also, like, if your character smokes stink weed, I don't give a fuck, okay?
we had some drugs. I think Billy and Juniper smoked them all.
Damn.
I think Old Bay assisted.
Old Bay he had like something else.
They made something.
They cooked
No,
up something.
it wasn't Juniper that had the drugs, was it? I thought it was Ronan.
Billy shared with Juniper.
Oh. I forget, did they affect Juniper?
No. Juniper's constitution was too high.
Oh.
Juniper got buzzed, and then as soon as Juniper moved, it was gone. The tree got buzzed, but that's it.
Got the Captain America metabolism.
Yeah.
All right, so we won't be graphically describing sex here at the table. Flirting and innuendo are fine,
Okay.
but sex scenes are gonna fade to black.
I'm a plant.
Reproduce. A part of my skin flakes off and sticks to your sweater. Cool.
I am a mobile ficus.
Like, pollination.
Springtime's gonna be real fun.
All right,
Well,
so
we determined it was autumn.
I should actually look up how turtles engage in. Oh, actually, I've seen a turtle sex video. Hold on.
they lay eggs.
I've seen many clips.
They lay eggs. They sexually reproduce.
Yep.
They do.
But how? Like, what is the shape? What is the? Do they cloud? Do they insert? What do they do?
I don't know. They probably got an example on Bad Dragon.
No, I have seen a video. I remember. I don't. It is exactly just like the normal animal way, just with very tiny squeaks.
Oh no!
Very tiny squeaks.
Yep, it's doggy, but like it sounds like Alvin and the Chipmunks.
It probably sounds like a pool table with the shells.
Oh God! All right. So, what are the consequences for a player who goes against table expectations? How do we want to handle that via voice chat? Normally, at a table, like everybody would just give you a look, or we would get up to get snacks and say like, "Okay, let's take 5." You know, we could still go to break if something like that happens and discuss it offline.
I think going to break is a good one. Or just like a momentary mute. If you can mute them for like a minute and like message them, be like, hey, get off that topic, and then you can come back into the voice chat.
Yeah, or you could even, if you could pair that with like in the chat, if you want to make it a little more seamless in the like voice room chat, being like, hey, can you guys improv a bit while I have this conversation away or something?
Okay, so
if that's something you're into,
I will write that down.
Then we don't have to interrupt the flow too much, and we can just move in and out.
Right. Or that can be a good time for people to discuss with each other, like, you can make a sort of break for us, like discuss what your ideas on what your next steps might be, or like what kind of things are you looking for in here? Where do you think you should start? And,
okay,
like,
as long as it's something that doesn't involve like me knowing what you talked about, because I'm not going to be in that conversation.
Yeah,
basically engage in party banter.
Yes. Why don't you all bandy a bit?
Yeah.
All right.
And we can even have a phrase like that. Like you say, you guys please bandy for a minute and I will be right back. And we know what's going on, so we know to keep the where to keep our focus.
Okay,
Bandy,
so
I've got a coot to deal with.
all right, so I'm gonna write that down. That's gonna be like our passphrase for that. What do we do about players who consistently don't show?
I guess for people who consistently don't show, we just stop planning for them to show. And kind of, if they ever end up being able to show, guest star appearance. And like, if we can work them in, then we do. If not, then sorry.
How many sessions do you think, like how are we gonna determine if a character is consistently not showing? Like 3 in a row, 3 a month?
I would say
3 in a row without I don't want to say an excuse, but like a good reason. If it's something like you, yeah, if it's something like you had things were going on with your family, like you had a death in the family and you're dealing with that, then yeah, miss 3, 4 in a row. We don't care. Come back when you can. But if it's someone who just kind of like misses everyone, being like, oh, sorry, I didn't make it. Okay.
Okay. I will, when that happens, I'll message the rest of the party and ask what they think.
Right.
Okay.
I'll make a little group chat or something like that, so we can discuss it. All right. All right, so campaign framework. Let's let's take a quick break. I'm gonna get some more water. You know, like let's get up and stretch, water, snacks, potty break, and then we'll be back. Excellent.
5 minutes?
Sure, sounds good.
Okay.
Two young men went to school and learned it was okay to hate. Because of them, my son is dead. I'm Judy Shepard. Isn't it time to teach our kids something new?
Super Mario is back. He's blasting through worlds where no one has ever been. He's taking on enemies no one else dares. This time Mario pops up power wherever he goes, so he's bigger and badder than ever before. You've never seen creatures like these. You've never had an adventure like this. It's everything you've dreamed of and worlds more. It's Super Mario 2, only from Nintendo. Now you're playing with power.
Gillette has changed the face of shaving. First, we made it closer. Then we made it smoother. Atra Plus. Its Lubra Smooth Strip actually releases lubricants to glide the razor more smoothly. Incredible smoothness from the first stroke to the last. The Atra Plus system. First we made it closer, then we made it smoother.
Nella capitale della moda e del desiderio sarai testimone. Azione! Una saga inquietante sta per svelarsi. Ad ogni filo intrecciato, il confine tra forma e realtà sfuma. Illusione! Gli occhi vuoti testimoniano visioni strazianti. Terrore! Un incubo surreale all'apice della moda. Chi potrà svelare questo mistero omicida prima di rimanere intrappolato nel disegno mortale prima del cappio finale? Massacro di manichini. Non ha mai avuto un tale orrore.
Plimpton.
I bet it's great doing all those Intellivision commercials. I bet you get to keep all the games. Me and my friends like Night Stalker the best. Bats are real scary.
Here, your friends won't have this new one. Lock and Chase.
They won't believe this. Would you autograph it for me?
Certainly. What's your name?
My name?
お父さん、どうしたんですか? なんでもないよ。Hold on, folks. I've got just the thing. トランプさん、なぜここに? When you need to cry, nothing beats onion belly self-crying tissue. これはすごい。ありがとう、トランプさん。泣ける王におんべりワンカチヤは、起きたいけど起きたい時のために。オニオンベリー、玉ねぎの存在によって感情が高まります。
エルの気品と風格を受け継いだドラマチックエレガンス日産ガゼール。今先進の4バルブ DOHC を搭載して RS 新登場。
Hills presents Intellivision, intelligent television by Mattel. More sophisticated than any video game that has come before, providing hours of entertainment for the entire family. Intellivision, with one of the clearest game displays available today. Find this system, plus a complete line of sports and video game cassettes at Hills, where our game is low prices every day.
ビッグ東海からアイギーナの予言。テクニックだけじゃダメ、考えるだけでもダメ。五感で挑戦するニューエキサイティングゲーム、アイギーナの予言新登場だ。
やり始めたらみんな夢中人。うちなんと結婚するっちゃ。
さあ君の手でラムを過去から未来へワープさせよう。
ファミコンうるさいやつら、ラムのウェディングベル新登場だっちゃ。じゃあ行こう。一生懸命なあなたが、あなたがイライラするのよね。
ビッグスクリーン熱血新記録、はるかなる金メダル。
Hello, Dave. You're looking well today. Dave, do you remember the year 2000? When computers began to misbehave.
Oh look, this is a commercial I just added today.
I wanted you to know, it really wasn't our fault. The human programmers never taught us to recognize the year 2000. When the new millennium arrived, we had no choice but to cause a global economic disruption. It was a bug, Dave. I feel much better admitting that now. Only Macintosh was designed to function perfectly, saving billions of monetary units. You like your Macintosh better than me, don't you, Dave? Dave? Can you hear me, Dave?
And we're back. Welcome. Welcome. Can anybody hear me?
I hear you.
Ring, ring. Hello. Hello. Welcome back. We'll wait for everybody to come back into the chat. And then we will talk about Saltmarsh.
Woo. Marshy salts.
Yes, the finest kind. The highest quality. Marshy salts. Get yours today. So I've got voices. We've got
the Dacron voice. I'm a big scary Dacron.
Got it.
We have
the hive mind voice.
Cool. Lord.
Oh Lord, I'm a spooky god type voice.
And then I've just got an echo. But then I've also because for masculine characters I can just drop my voice and it sounds like somebody else. What I've also got is a reminder that voice mods, AI voices, are ethically trained and they pay their voice actors.
We have this NPC voice right here.
Oh, cool.
how easy is it to understand this voice?
It's pretty good.
I can
Excellent.
understand it.
I might use that for various characters. If we get a few names.
Characters that are coming up a lot, I might assign a particular voice to that character. Are y'all cool with that?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Cool.
Like if there's a bartender we keep coming back to, or Varnoth, because we have her on our crew, it would make sense for her to have a different specific mod.
That makes sense. I'll try to pick one out for Varnoth. There's a couple, like, you know, elder lesbian voices that I'm rather fond of.
Love it.
Yes.
Varnoth isn't necessarily a lesbian, but Varnoth has that vibe of having that elder lesbian voice.
Yes.
I mean,
you know,
the shoe
like,
does kind of fit, though.
right? Like if Karlach was middle-aged.
Yeah.
Well, the wooden leg also fits.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my god, we can share wooden legs.
Oh my god.
Besties.
We're
Juniper needs to ask if they're related to Varnoth because they're also made of wood.
Oh my god!
You could call each other the Peggies.
No.
The Pegasisters. No?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Sorry, I just processed that.
I laughed, but I did so silently, like threw my head back and went, ah, but like quietly, and then realized this isn't a video.
Oh, yeah.
So you can't see when I do that.
I just stated out loud, that's funny, but I didn't unmute.
Oh. Oh god, sorry, the music's too loud. Oh god, hold on. Okay. There we go, fixed it. Sorry.
Ooh, it's not an Aeropostale in here.
I have buttons assigned now for different kinds of music, but the problem is it doesn't come across over Discord. And I don't know how to... I haven't figured out how to share that music yet.
Catama crevices.
I'll try to figure that out because I want you guys to have, like, I want to be able to just hit the danger music button and suddenly you know that, like, something bad is happening, you know?
Yeah.
So, welcome once again to Saltmarsh. This will be a refresher if you've read the wiki or if you've been playing for a while, but I'm just gonna go through it again, just in case. Saltmarsh is a fishing village tucked away on the southern coast of the Kingdom of Kioland, which is kind of like Germany. Culturally. It's culturally like early Renaissance Germany.
Okay.
Sausages.
Barely even human sausages. Oh man, I forget what it was. Like my kids were talking about. I was talking to my kids about sausages, and I got them singing that, right? But like we were talking about like sausages made out of like sus meat. Like we were talking about it in a D&D setting, okay? And
Right.
one of them starts singing sausages, barely even human, and it fits so well.
Oh my god, it does.
Because like maybe they weren't human this time, but there was a possibility given that I forget what we were talking about. Damn it. I wanted to share that story with like
10% human in there.
barely even human. All right, so for several generations, Kioland was a formidable military power. Its superior cavalry and bold knights pushed the kingdom's borders out to the north, west, and east. Each successful campaign increased. I will hydrate. Everybody hydrate. Thank you. Thank you, Ember.
Which is my command.
Wait, are you back?
What?
Huh?
Is Ember back? Oh.
No.
No, somebody said, your wish is my command. And I got...
Oh, no, that was
confused.
me.
Okay. Sorry, everybody here, except for like Juniper, everybody here in the voice chat has like kind of a similar like timbre to their voice. So sometimes if I'm not looking at whose thing is lighting up, it's hard to tell.
The rest of y'all bitches sound the same.
Everybody's got like gender neutral kind of voices, you know, like cute, adorable, gender neutral kind of voices, and I love them so much.
Wow, I'm not cute and adorable and genderless?
Aw, thanks.
And I really hope that came across as a compliment to everybody.
Don't worry.
Okay.
I love being confusing.
Good. Confusing is hot. Alright, where were we? Each successful campaign. Hey, you're gender as fuck. Thanks.
Thanks, bestie.
Alright. Also, everybody do a posture check.
Put your back down, sucker.
I am sitting up against the wall, so I'm pretty posture.
Sit down, get up. I'll show you.
I was in my gaming.
Husband like a French girl.
You could do what?
Yeah. I could draw my husband like a French girl.
Ooh.
That's how he's laying.
I'm laying sideways.
He's being all sexy for me.
French lean.
He's even like just so coquettishly covering fun things.
It's just comfy. Okay.
Alright, let's fade to black on this one.
Each successful campaign increased both the crown's wealth and power, and each one in turn drew the kingdom's attention even farther north. The southern coastal regions of Kioland remained a backwater. The crown's benign neglect allowed piracy and banditry to flourish. Saltmarsh and similar towns kept to fishing, content to maintain a low profile and avoid governmental entanglements. Decades ago, the pirates who prowled the waters off Saltmarsh grew strong enough to create their own realm, a loose confederacy known as the Hold of the Sea Princes. With the rise of that nation came increased raids on Saltmarsh and its neighbors. The Sea Princes raiding ships pillaged the coast for more slaves to support their growing realm, and Saltmarsh suffered heavily. The memories of those times loom heavily over the area, and the locals' hatred of the Sea Princes runs deep. In time, Kioland's victories in the north gave way to a string of defeats in which its neighbors pushed the kingdom back to its original boundaries. With the world closing in, King Kimbertos Scotti, that's his name. I hate his name. King Kimbertos Scotti looked to the south and saw unchecked banditry and a rising pirate nation. The crown struck peace treaties with its former foes to the north, raised a navy, and dealt a sharp check to the ambitions of the Sea Princes, but the conflict is by no means over. King Scotti has decreed that the pirates must be put down, the sea lanes secured, and trade cultivated. If Kioland cannot prosper as a military force, it must grow mightier as a center of trade. Saltmarsh, remote though it might be from the center of power in Kioland, is entering a new phase of its life as it reacts to the king's plans. The crown's agents want to expand the village's port and make it a prime location for trade in the world beyond. In other recent development, a band of dwarves bearing a decree from the king himself have arrived and begun to excavate the hills and seaside cliffs near the town, looking for precious metals. If their work bears fruit as expected, the mines stand to become a major factor in the village's, and indeed the entire region's, prosperity. Naturally, not all of Saltmarsh's residents feel the same way about the recent developments in and around their community, which is a key issue that affects their lives and livelihood. Although the recent changes stand to bring new prosperity to the area, many locals don't want to see their home changed. At the same time, as an undercurrent, through all the goings-on, agents of secretive and mysterious Scarlet Brotherhood work to thwart Kioland's ambitions while advancing their own. And you can read more about individual areas on the wiki if you want, but that is the overview of Saltmarsh. What do you want?
Sounds good.
Cool. What do you want your primary adventuring environments to be? Ship and sea, island hopping, Saltmarsh and the surrounding environs? Right now, what I have planned is Saltmarsh and the surrounding environs. but we could literally go anywhere.
I don't know. I like to see where the world goes on its own. I don't really have any expectations. I do like being near the water, but I also really like deep mountains and forests. Cities and towns, maybe not so much. I like the interactions that we have there. And I like the availability of resources, obviously, but aside from that, I don't really have any expectations or likes, dislikes.
Cool.
What about you, baby?
I like beaches and
long walks on them,
and towns, like small towns, and like woodlands, but not forests, if that makes any sense. Like plains with like tree lines around, like meadows,
like the
but not
forest
like
shallows,
but not like deep dark forests.
Okay.
Those are the environments I tend to enjoy. I also like being out on open water on a boat. But
a strange hobbit indeed.
Indeed.
All right, Swabby, what about you?
Is this an in-character question or an out-of-character question?
Out of character question. Like, what do you want the primary adventuring like? What are you looking forward to as far as primary adventuring environments? Where do you want this campaign to go?
I like everything stated, but I also like buildings where there are secret dealings in secret areas and
shit, you should have been here for the first Saltmarsh official quest that we did. There was like a big Scooby-Doo haunted house.
Dang. Oh yeah, you told me about that.
Yeah.
I just like a seedy, dark, wet fishing towns, but all those other environments are cool too.
Okay, there will be a good smather, like from what's planned, there's a lot happening around Saltmarsh and the land around it, but there's also plenty of ship things and island, and there's like a whole quest that's ship related. There's a whole quest that's island related. So if y'all are cool with whatever, then I'm probably gonna stick to the book unless we get a wild hair.
Yeah.
And one of the great things about this is, like, since it's not a leveled game, I don't really have to worry about, like, oh no, we spent too long doing all these other side quests and we've out leveled this other thing that's happening. But it might be that things happen while we're gone if we're gone too long.
Okay.
It'll just be kind of like I'll just kind of play it by ear like that.
Like if we leave for 5 years and then come back to Saltmarsh, then people on the council might have changed.
Yeah, or it might be burned to the fucking ground.
Right. Things happen.
Yeah. Exactly. So, how often do you want to get magic items?
I like magic items.
Me too. But I do have a magic warhammer already.
I guess it would depend on like what kind of magic items you mean. Like I really like the crystal bell. It's something simple. It's technically a magic item, but like its function is weird and you have to figure out how to use it. Like
honestly, I love giving those out more than like stat boosting magic items or magic items that like give you like mechanical advantages.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Okay, cool.
Give me things with weird, bespoke purposes and functions, and let me have them long enough that I form an attachment to them and they become my children.
Okay, cool.
I missed that.
Because I've got like tables and tables of like weird shit.
Ooh.
Unorthodox treasure.
I love that.
Yeah, and so the crystal bell, I think, came from that. But there's also, like...
I know there were some crates that we opened in some place that had, like, chocolate in them.
Yeah, I like giving out, like, interesting treasure and not just, like, you know, gold.
Mm-hmm.
Like, finding a chest full of gold is nice and all, but, like, you know, what if you find,
Finding
like...
a chest full of cinnamon?
Right? Like a barrel full of cinnamon?
You found cinnamon underwear.
Oh, no! Oh, shit, Zed is here. Hello, Zed. It smells great, but it feels terrible. I think we've gotten like a wheel of dwarven cheese before.
Nice.
Yeah.
There's... Hold on, let me go to the unorthodox treasures list and just roll on it real quick. Like, give me a category. We've got foods, beasts and monsters, strange materials and miscellaneous items, art, furniture, and jewelry, gifts from nobility, named items.
I like the miscellaneous items.
Okay. Let's roll a D100. Actually, no. Let's roll 1D60. Give me a sec. $25. Item 25 is phosphorescent stone. This rare type of stone absorbs and stores light or other sources of energy and then releases this energy as a greenish glow when in a lightless environment. Sheds light in a 10-foot radius.
Cool.
So it's like it's just a glow rock.
Glow star, but good.
Yeah, exactly. I think you all also found a fair robe. I don't think anybody's inspected it yet, but you found a white fair robe.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. I do remember that.
I found Ronan found boots a while ago.
Boots of elven dexterity or something like that?
I have no clue. He never wore them. Because he doesn't wear shoes.
Oh yeah, that's right. They were elven boots. I forget what they did.
Yeah, I think Rain got them afterwards.
Okay. I can't wait till you find a sizable quantity of gold coins that have an ominous reddish tinge to them. Each surface of the coins has been minted has been minted with faces of demons, symbols of evil rulers, words and monster cants, pictures of vile acts, etc. Each coin is also an unusual shape.
Oh boy.
Yeah, tetrahedron coins, spherical coins, triangular ones, etc.
If I get that, I'm just going to be passing that out to people.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Just trapping people in an eternal tesseract where they can't navigate time anymore.
Oh no.
A cohesive way.
But the thing is, it's well known to be hell gold.
Hell gold. That's what you gotta tip all of your bad surface workers with.
Oh my god.
Poor guys.
Tip a bad
they don't deserve it. But if you're really evil.
Wow. Wow. There is somebody in Saltmarsh who will accept hell gold as currency, though.
Oh, cool.
Is it?
You'll have to ask around.
I'm either gonna guess it's the unassuming little hobbit, or it's
Jerry, isn't it?
Merchant Mommy.
Jerry.
Merchant Mommy.
Oh, everybody loves Merchant Mommy, don't they?
Yes.
We do love Merchant Mommy.
This one's fun. Troll cavities.
Oh.
Oh my.
Yeah. I don't know why it's considered to be an exotic food, Requires a living monster as it's an exotic food. Requires living monster as a source. Killing a troll is hard. Inspecting its teeth while it is alive is harder. And feeding a troll sweets for a year and making sure it does not brush its teeth is hilarious. Yeah, like I think somewhere on here is like three clay containers of dwarven cologne.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is labeled Axe. That's a joke that I came up with. Like when I gave it to the party, like they were like, "What's in it?" And I'm like, "They aren't like you can't make out like the label. Like, does anybody read Dwarven?" And somebody's like, "Just open it." And so they open it and waft. It was like one of those moments where it's like great to be at a table because you can pantomime it, and they're just like wafting it, and they're like, "What's it smell like?" And I'm like, "It's dwarven cologne." On further inspection, you realize that one of the faded engravings on it says Axe. And they're like, "Oh God, no! Stopper it!"
They didn't tell you it was a dwarf in middle school.
They all smell blue.
I'm still a dwarf.
You mean like you wear Axe?
Yeah.
On occasion, yeah.
Oh, I thought you were saying you were in middle school.
No.
I mean, he's built like a dwarf.
Yeah.
Our stout boy.
Yeah.
Sweet.
I'm a little stout halfling.
Alright.
Sorry, the cat jumped on me.
Major threats planned in the game are monsters, of course, but eventually large-scale political threats, cults, demons, and demigods. This can change based on your preferences. How do you feel about political intrigue?
Love it.
I'm okay with it. I do not have a very charismatic character, so do not expect me to be much help in political intrigue, but I can stand in a room and pretend I'm a thing.
Oh, you and Swabby are gonna get along great.
I can listen.
See, that's why I want to get thrown into political situations.
It's gonna be like Sir Barrington.
Yes.
Yes. Some real Fable activities.
Yeah.
I don't know about Fable. I just know about Sir Barrington.
Like the video game.
I never played it.
It's so good.
It's funny.
It's very Monty Python.
It is.
Oh shit. I never had an Xbox, so like I never got to play it.
You can fart on anyone.
You can fart on anyone.
Can you fart on a grave?
Yeah.
Amazing. How do you feel about fist fighting God?
Yes.
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 Able and willing. The ultimate bonk.
Swabby, Alibi, how do you feel about fist fighting God?
I feel like it's amazing, but it has to be costumed correctly. Like, he needs to have giant red Everlast boxing gloves and be glistening with sweat and shirtless.
Well, while the Rocky music builds in the background.
Yeah.
But
it's like a choir of angels singing it.
Apple says y'all are so pretty, especially you. You know who you are. Thank you, Apple. I'm sure whoever it is really appreciates that specific compliment.
Yes, I do.
Alibi, how do you feel about political intrigue and fist fighting God? I see you typing.
Because of pronouns, I can say in this way. We found them and they found us, and now they are ours, and we're so happy. Thank you, pronouns. You see,
Alibi would fight God if he was inebriated or compensated well enough. Same goes for politics. Good to know, and welcome to voice chat. Hello. Let's do a quick pronoun check that was requested in chat. My pronouns at the moment are fee, per, pers, per self, or they, them. I fluctuate between that and just straight up she, her. Anybody?
I'm generally a he/they.
I am a she/her. Personally, as a person.
I am they/them.
And as for me, you can use literally any pronouns you want. I do not care.
Good to know. Oh, also, Alibi, can you use that picture with the... you don't have to do it right now, but eventually can you switch to the picture that I edited where I gave you the correct color palette?
Yes, when I get my computer back, I
Yeah,
can.
you don't have to do it right now. It's not urgent. It's just a thing. All right.
no problem.
Okay. So, do y'all prefer linear or non-linear? Like,
it depends. I like for there to be like an overarching plot, but I do like side quests.
Okay.
Yes. It depends on how hyperfixated I am on a specific thing. If I'm hyperfixated on something, I kind of want to just do that thing, but that could be a side quest or it could be the main quest.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Alibi. What about you?
I don't have a particular preference on this one.
Swabby.
You mean in terms of like narrative, not in terms of like environment?
Yeah, we're not playing Sonic the Hedgehog. Like, it's not that kind of linear. I mean, like...
Yeah.
Like
No,
plot.
I get you. I like it to be mostly linear.
Okay.
But I mean, distractions are good too. But I mean, as much as I like role playing and exploring, there is a part of me that doesn't want to completely destroy what the DM has planned, because I know, one, that it's a lot of work, and two, it'll probably be more satisfying if we adhere to it a little bit.
Fair. Okay.
Without going too crazy off the rails.
I can agree with that.
All right, so mostly linear it is. So curved then, as Apple in chat said.
I don't mind a bit of
curved
hand-holding.
plot. A bit of hand holding, is that what he said?
I like curves.
Yeah.
I like holding hands.
I'm a big fan of curves.
I love me some curves.
But hand holding, we're gonna have to fade to black for that, y'all. That's just too much.
How blasphemous! Who suggested such a thing?
At least I'm not showing ankle yet.
Oh, never show your ankles. All right, each character should have pre-existing relationship.
We reach toss if we show ankles. Oh no.
Each character should have pre-existing relationship with at least one other character in the party and one NPC in the game world.
Oh.
Well.
I mean, Juniper and Peregrine, you obviously have a connection, but I would say at least one of you should have a connection with at least one of the newer party members as well. But I guess, I mean, y'all know Becky. Like... Okay. I'm gonna message Becky and ask, like... Hold on.
I suppose you know all about laxatives.
Thank you. I do know all about laxatives. My vids are getting age restricted with the hand holding. It's true. It's true. Do you think you would know Swabby or
Everybody knows
Gorgeous?
me. I have been someone important in everybody's life. I was the doula at all of your parents' births, just like not being
Man, good to know.
I was not birthed.
Oh.
Yeah,
At your
I just kind
inception.
of buddied out.
You were there when my grandmother was planted.
Yeah.
I was there to hear your burning cry. I'll be there when you are old. Great, great. Yeah, y'all got a Lutheran baptismal hymn stuck in my head.
Oh no.
That should be
I
a
was
spell.
there to see you. What?
That should be a spell. Like, you know those ridiculous wizard spells where it's like, fuck you, I cast testicular torsion?
I cast geese!
Fuck you, I cast eyelash in eye.
Oh no.
Just little things like that.
I cast pebble and shoe.
I cast Lutheran hem stuck in head.
Oh no. All right, so alibi. Becky says that she knows you because she likes cats. So y'all talk at some point and figure out how you met or how like what kind of relationship y'all have. Okay.
Okie dokie.
Swabby.
I mean,
realistically, how do you know one of the other players?
I don't really know much about the other characters or the other players yet. I mean, I know about the Dauntless 2.
Okay.
And it's changing that it was notarized and the title changed hands.
No, it was built from scraps.
But yeah, but then it changed hands, right?
It did. Old Bay left the party.
Okay, yeah.
He was the old captain.
So,
Rain is currently the captain, but Rain is not gonna be able to make most games. So we're gonna have to figure that out eventually. Who would be acting captain of the ship? Rain might just be the owner because Rain is rich and fancy.
Right.
You could have a first mate and then Rain is just locked in their quarters.
Or Rain hires a crew to sail for them.
Could be. I mean,
that makes sense.
Varnoth could easily default to be the ship's captain.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
I'd follow Varnoth into wherever she went.
God, so would I. Let me pull up a picture of Varnoth for everybody.
For
I need
everyone's viewing pleasure.
I need to make a pixel picture of Varnoth, but I made AI pictures. Forgive me. This was when AI was fun.
Oh my god.
Don't hate me. Hold on a sec.
Don't hate the generator, hate the generation.
There we go.
Yeah.
There's Varnoth.
Damn.
Yas.
I like that the belt looks like a controller for like a sharper image chair massager.
Yeah, I gotta make corrected pixel art of Varnoth. But let's see here. Varnoth is a human woman, early 40s, whose frame, once tightly muscled, has thinned with age. Her black hair is cropped down, and her light brown skin bears many scars, one of which runs across her left eye, which is milky and blind. An elegant prosthetic made from wood and metal replaces her right leg below the knee. Varnoth was a feared general at the head of a mercenary company called the Azure Wolves. Hard life and battle have taken a toll on her, and she was spending her early retirement at Dragon's Rest when we met her. But then, like, did roulette work? I gotta check to make sure. Let's see. I might have to re-log into Stream Elements. Give me a sec.
I'm gonna try all of them real quick and see if any of them work. That did something.
I think for roulette and 8-ball, you have to type for roulette. You have to type a value after it, so it would be
Oh, like to a number?
Yeah, like you would bet your garlic on it or your onions. I forget what you're betting on it.
Oh. Oh, a space.
Yeah. I don't think you have that many.
That's not true. I have. Oh wait, garlic is different from onions. Never mind.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, the commands aren't working. Give me a sec.
Hold on.
Sometimes it drops out, and I have to check on it.
I'm betting all my garlic.
Is anybody getting output from garlic?
I have no clue.
Roulette? Did I spell roulette right?
You did.
4 or 5? No. What the heck? What did I do wrong?
I don't know. Hold on. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I had to log back into Stream Elements because now it's coming back with how much garlic you've got. So, fun thing about garlic. Those emotes aren't working though, which is weird. Wow.
Please let me bet all my garlic.
Oh my god. So, one thing you can do with garlic, I'm gonna put this in the chat. Give me a sec here. It works mostly for Twitch. It can work for YouTube, but you gotta be actively chatting like almost constantly, I think, for it to actually pick up. But I got
it to work.
Let me post this. I've got a stream store where you can spend your garlic on games. Some of them are sold out. I gotta get more stream keys for them.
So it looks like the roulette doesn't work unless it's divisible by 10.
Really?
Mm-hmm. So, because when I did it with 400 instead of 405, it worked. 405 did not work.
Yeah, but also you've got to wait a couple seconds before you can do it again. There's a cooldown on it.
Oh, so you think it just happened to be that time?
Yeah,
I
it
guess
might
it's
be.
not that important, but now I only have 5 garlic, so.
Oh, minimum bet for slots is 100. Sorry, slots. Yeah, the Bible thump emoji doesn't work anymore. I'm gonna have to change that later. So remind me. Somebody write that down. DM me or something like that. Remind me to change the anytime it says Bible thump. That emoji must have gotten deleted out of Twitch.
I got you.
Yeah, it's not there. I'll replace it with my emojis instead. Anyway, where were we?
Varnoth.
Oh yeah, she's hot. Anyway,
Yep.
Swabby, you want to say you know Varnoth?
Sure. I know Varnoth from sailing the high seas and swabbing a few decks.
Varnoth's been retired for a while though. I don't know if that would work unless you were at Dragon's Rest for some reason.
Oh, probably to pick up cleaning supplies.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
all of the cleaning supplies in my my preset gear for my character sheet I bought off Varnoth.
Okay, perfect. Perfect.
We have a mercantile relationship.
I'll count that as, like, I think you've got a Saltmarsh background also, so, like, yeah, sea urchin. So, you know somebody's secret. I think you and Alibi both, I'm gonna have to dig up a different dirty secret for you to know. Swabby.
Okay.
I got some dirt.
Tell you what, pick. I already told you your dirt, right, Alibi? All right, pick anybody off of. I'm gonna put it in the chat. Give me a sec.
We gotta give them the shell.
Give them the shell?
Yeah. One of us at one point had a
the shell.
A cursed shell that would
The
just
shell.
whisper secrets about people. The shell. Everyone must hear from the shell. Magic.
Yes.
Like the magic conch?
Yes.
Except it's yeah.
It might be evil.
It's probably evil. So yeah, pick anybody off of this list that I put into the voice chat.
And message you. Or should it be? It can't be public.
You can say it out loud.
Oh, okay.
Alibi has dirt on Gillen Prime Water, so pick somebody else.
Probably Anders Soulmorn.
Oh God. Oh God, you both know powerful dirt. DM me to remind you to DM you about the dirt you know. You both know powerful dirt. I need to.
Is there a way to schedule DMs in Discord?
No, but I have them marked. Like I have them left unread right now.
Gotcha.
So I'll just check them later, and then I'll remember to do it. Also, thank you, Fox. I can also remark a DM as unread, so I remember to read it later. Yeah. I'm sorry that roulette is not working. I'm sad about it. But I will check on that when I fix the Bible thump emoji. Okay, so write that down somewhere on your character sheet that you knew Varnoth, Swabby, and that you have dirt on Anders Solmore. Alibi, write down that you know Becky. I don't know if you heard me, you're muted again, but write that down on your character sheet, please. Alright, so Bastions. It's a new thing that was introduced in D&D 5th edition this year. Just came out. Bastions. Now, we're not playing D&D, but I've run things like this before with a game called Adventurer Conqueror King.
Explain bastions.
So a bastion is like a home base. Hey, look, roulette worked for you. Good job. I need to get into settings and tell it to not ignore stream elements. There we go. And I will refresh this. And then I will explain bastions to you. Alright. Hey, gotcha, boo. It's working. I don't know if you can see it, but it's not going to show up in the stream. It's going to show up like in the... You can't see it? Do you have stream elements blocked? Because it's showing up in the Twitch chat. It's not showing up in here, but it's showing up in Twitch chat. And it should be working in the window now. Forgive me, friends. I don't know, refresh your page. Okay, so bastions are like this. You have a home base, so our ship could be considered a bastion, but it would depend on who owned it, who would get to like use it for things. Okay, like when you're what we had. Let me give. It would be better if I gave examples. Okay, when we were running Adventurer Conqueror King. That was based on like Advanced Dungeons and Dragons in 2nd edition. So there was a lot of conversion that I needed to do, but it was pretty awesome because you could, if you were a wizard, have a wizard's tower. If you were a thief, you could have a thieves guild. Or like a mercantile guild. You know, like you could do it different ways. If you were a soldier, you could have a barracks kind of thing. You know what I mean?
If you're a ranger, you would have like a hunting cabin.
Perhaps. And so like I would look at like this is something that I could work on if you're interested. Because we're kind of at a point where that's like where the story is right now. Even though like we've got new characters coming in and there's no leveling, it's technically like a level 5 kind of area that we're at right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think everybody was level 4, but it's like level 5 you get to have a bastion, and in Adventure Conqueror King I think you had to be level 10 before you could do it. But it's like whatever, right? You basically have to spend a certain amount of money to get it started. But once you do it, you have this like thing that runs in your downtime. Like it can be part of your downtime activities. Much like you could go carousing and stuff like that. And what happens is like it can generate quests. It can be a source of knowledge. It can be a source of money. And mostly the money would end up being converted to character points, because what happened in Adventure Conqueror King was your gold that you got was converted to XP unless you wanted to keep the gold. And so like I would just convert it all to character points because we use funds, and you can spend character points on funds to boost that up, right?
Right.
And so it would take a lot of experimentation to figure out how to do it, because I would want it to be quick and dirty. That's the thing about Mini 6 is whatever we're doing has to be quick and dirty. I don't want to have to like spend way too much time doing math in session.
Right.
And so it's like everything is pre-calculated.
So should each of us be thinking about what we would want our bastion to be?
You don't have to, but if you want one, let me know. Because I would have to come up with how the mechanics for that work, and I would try to make it like class non-specific because there are no classes in Mini 6.
Right.
We would just have to like, you know, name what it is and give examples of what they would do, you know?
Okay.
Like everybody has the same kinds of stats, but they manifest differently.
So for
in terms of flavor.
If I could have like a workshop where maybe I've got something like an experiment running, or something like that, I could just keep something going in the background, and anytime that we come back to that place, then I can check on it and get cool stuff.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
And if you're there, like every certain amount of sessions or something like that, you roll for it. And if you're there during that session, then like something else special happens because you're there personally doing it. I gotta read up on it, and I've got to convert it. It's gonna take some time. But if y'all are interested, which it sounds like maybe you are.
I can help you workshop that with mine if you want, because I already have an idea for like a setting for it. It's a workshop, like I mentioned, because I think that would fit for Juniper.
Okay. The only example I have of this actually being implemented in any games that I've played were only one of my players took me up on it, and he was a human wizard, and his backstory was already that he apprenticed a wizard who had a wizard's tower, and that got attacked and like he ended up having to like go out on his own because like the tower was destroyed, the wizard was killed, and he was like one of the few survivors in the town that got like attacked by like this giant orc raid. Okay.
Right.
And so, because we were doing a Feywild campaign, but he was a human, he wanted to go back home. And in the Fey realm, 7 years could be like decades in the human world. And so, like, I reached out to him and I was like, hey, there's this thing I've been noodling at, right? Like, I've been thinking about buying the PDF. Would you be interested in like workshopping this with me? And he's like, oh my fucking god, are you kidding? Like, this is what I'm gonna do in my downtime in the decades between sessions.
Right.
And so what I worked out for him was like an Excel spreadsheet that would just pre-calculate everything for like how many years it was. And so these people come back and they're surprised because like you never know how many years have passed until you show up. These people come back and this dude is like an old fucking wizard now. The wizard!
Right.
He's got like, he's rebuilt the tower. And then people started showing up to kind of like rebuild the the town around it because a wizard's tower, if you're if there's a benevolent wizard, is a source of protection. And so he kind of like worked out this deal with these settlers who just decided to kind of like start squatting. He's like, hey, I'll help you rebuild this if you help me defend my tower. And so they all worked together to basically rebuild the city that had been, or the town that had been destroyed. And he then builds it up, and he's got like a general that like works for him, you know,
Right.
or well, he's the captain of the guard, but he's got this captain of the guard that works for him that he trusts with his life. He's met a woman and gotten married and had a kid who died. And he made a little automaton that like has a bit of his son in it, like magically speaking, but like doesn't really speak much. And he never told anyone else in the party this. It was just like a little thing, you know, like he's got tons of books, comes up with new spells, like just invents new spells. And like everybody just shows up and they're like, holy shit, you've been busy? And he's like, yeah, hey, wow, check you guys out. It's like you didn't age at all. And they're like, wow, check you out. And he's like, yeah, you know, I just kind of been keeping busy, like doing wizard shit. Like, what's up? And they're like, well, damn, we were wondering if you could come with us on this thing we gotta do in the Fey realm. And he's like, I don't know, like I can't leave really. Like I'm kind of tied to the land here. Like they need me here, and they had to figure out at the table how to convince this guy to leave his wife and his tower to go potentially get killed by some great Fey beast that wasn't affecting him or his people at all. Like before he was adventuring because like fuck it, why not? But this dude's like settled down. He's old.
That's fun. I love that.
It was wild. And like he supplied the entire adventure because dude was filthy fucking rich by that point.
Right.
And it was a lot of fun to have that. It's not necessary. So like not everybody has to like go in on this, but I will Juniper, if you want to be the guinea pig, I will try to come up with like some quick and dirty mechanics for it.
Sounds good. Sounds really fun.
Sweet. That'll also work for like other characters, like eventually. Oh, by the way, I don't know if y'all noticed, I didn't announce it yet because so you probably didn't notice it actually, unless you were just like poking around the wiki. I filled in the sample characters for Underdogs of Saltmarsh. I made Turbo the Tabaxi. She's the fastest thing in town. And
I love that.
yeah, so imagine I made Sonic the Hedgehog, okay? So You got brawling and dodge, and almost everything is in agility and charm. And I traded down like 2 attribute points so I could get Catfolk, which comes with claws and explosive speed, but then I also took fleet-footed, spinning move, flying move, martial artist, power strike, the bigger they come, which is when you're attacking an enemy that's significantly larger than you, you get a damage bonus. Sidekick, Daredevil, and Destiny, with the complications brash, arrogant, competitive, and obstinate.
Wow.
Only equipment is shoes of speed and punching gloves. And then we got Ryan Rye DeWind, who's the sidekick, who's also a tabaxi, and they've got flying and scholar and scavenger and tinker's tools and goggles.
Sounds adorable.
And then I also made a character who looks suspiciously like Samus Aran, named Serenity Trauma. A bounty hunter raised by a band of Aarakocra. And so of course she's got like massive amounts of dice and just jump and marksmanship, but also has like science/magic and is an artificer and has direction sense, level-headed, which is like if you see something scary, you aren't necessarily scared by it because she's seen some shit. Danger sense and the silent Bob, which is that goes with the shy with the shy or few words complication, which is you rarely speak, but when you do, you get to double your roll for it. Most every other time you just like make a grunt or point or make a face in a direction, and everybody knows what you're trying to say. Like everybody just
understand you.
Yeah, everybody just naturally understands you. Equipment: Mystic Bolt Cannon and Growth Armor. Growth is a spell that lets you grow or shrink, so it's Growth Armor. It lets her curl up into a ball, size scale 2D, negative 2D. And Plate Mail. She has a soak of 21, which is ungodly. Because I think everybody else here has like a soak of like 9 or some stupid shit like that.
Yeah.
No, you've got Juniper, you've got a soak of 16. And actually...
Wow.
Peregrine, you've got a soak of 22. Good job.
Jesus.
Yep. Yeah, because you've got toughness. And
tanky boy.
Yeah, tanky boy. Yeah, you get 16 plus 6 for your chainmail, so yeah, actually, 22 is fucking wild. Like, you could get hit with a crossbow bolt at point blank range and it would be ouch.
He can take hits all day.
What does it say if Alibi has a soak of 6?
You just got the same. You're just as squishy as like the average, NPC wandering about town with no name.
Oh, nice. Good.
But not the same as old woman wandering about town with no name. Like it's a bit more than that. I would generally give old woman wandering about town a soak of 3. Basically, almost impossible to not kill.
Okay, good to know.
Anyway,
in case we need to incapacitate any old women.
So that brings us directly into a discussion of mechanics. So how strictly do we want to stick to alignment?
Alignment, I feel like, is very fluid for a lot of people. It can be very situational. But I think that we should kind of keep track-ish of like your general alignment. Like generally you will act in a way that is chaotic good, or generally this person is lawful.
That makes sense. I think if you do something that's like uncharacteristic, like 2 spaces away on the alignment grid, like if you were to put them all in a 3x3 grid, I'm gonna question your motives, and we might have a discussion as to like what the fuck is happening with you, like why are you doing that? But also, like, other than that, I'm not gonna make you stick to it. The way I tend to run alignment is this: I only have it there for your benefit, for when you don't know how to react in a situation, you could remember your alignment, go to the alignment page on my wiki, click the link for your alignment, and look at like the list of 10 characteristics. You know? So it's like you see a child getting tortured and you're like, I don't know how my character feels about this, you know, or I don't know what to do in this situation. I'm a little overwhelmed. You could just like look at the thing and be like, oh, I hate that. And it can kind of like give you an idea based off of like what you've already decided your character is as far as your alignment goes.
Right.
I still think it's really fun that Peregrine is lawful evil.
Yeah, I did not expect that.
Neither did I, but it fits so well.
It does.
Yeah, like after his husband died, he was just like, all right, I'm in my villain era.
Yeah. And I love that he decided that immediately. He was like, I don't care how it happened. My husband is dead, and I now am a villain.
And we love that for him.
Yes.
All right, how I normally handle encumbrance is common sense, okay? Like, if I take a look at your character sheet and I notice you've got like a bunch of shit under gear, I might say you might want to have two lists, like one that you keep back at home or on the ship, and one that you've got like on your person in a backpack. But I'm not gonna like make you drop your backpack before a fight starts. You know, we're gonna do it like video game rules. You stick it behind your back and it goes up your butt into your inventory. Just like in real life.
That would actually work. I could just put things in me.
I've also joked that Swabby could probably store things in their shell.
Yes.
Sure could.
Because
Swabby and I would bond over that, just sticking things in, just being like, it's in the locker.
Oh god. Just seeing who could fit the most pineapples up their rear hatch.
We're not fading to black.
Who's got more storage space?
This is just, you know, two friendos hanging out, storing food for later. Nothing to fade to black for on that.
And you see, the best part about it is that we're both just so innocent. Neither one of us would ever think anything weird about it. We're just like, yeah, let's see how much stuff fits in us. Whereas everybody else is like, oh no.
Alright, so we've talked about the wild die. Let's talk about action economy. Generally, you get to move and you get to do an action, okay? Each round is 5 seconds. It's not 10 seconds like D&D. Each round is 5 seconds, okay? So you get no minor action or standard action. You just get an action. So that could be anything like, you know, reloading a crossbow, pulling out your sword. That's an action, right? But if you want to do more than one thing in a round, the way this works is, before you do anything in a round, you say what you're going to do, and if it's more than one action, each action you take is at minus 1d6, okay? So let's say you want to shoot twice at somebody, and you've got 5d in marksmanship, or crossbows, or whatever, right? If you've got 5d in that skill, but you're trying to do it twice, you subtract 1d from each one of them when you roll. So, like, if you're doing one extra action, you subtract 1d from each. It would then be 4d to roll, to hit,
right,
for both actions. If you want to shoot 3 times, you're doing 2 extra actions, therefore you subtract 2 dice from it, and so everything is minus 2d. So if you're shooting 3 times, or if you're shooting and then jumping, and then, I don't know, trying to accurately piss in someone's eye, then each of those actions is at minus 2d6 to perform. And you have to announce that all before we do the round.
Makes sense to me.
That way we can calculate. Like if you don't say you want to do something extra, then you can't, because you would have had to have rolled one less die for it.
Right.
Cool.
So round order works a little differently than Dungeons and Dragons. At the top of the round, everybody says what they're gonna do, including me. I've never done this as written, but I want to try it because it actually seems kind of neat. Everybody says what they're going to do this round. And then we all roll for initiative to see what order it happens in. Okay? And since you've already announced what you're going to do, if it's not your turn, you can just go ahead and roll for it while the other person's doing their turn.
Right, so I already know, like, if two people are ahead of me, I can go ahead and roll and be like, well, I do this much damage to whatever is in my way.
Exactly.
Because other things could have changed. Somebody could have moved out of your range. Somebody could have moved into that spot.
Right.
So now instead of charging at this person, I'm charging at this person instead. Here's how much damage I do.
Exactly.
That sounds fun.
Or you could be charging at... Actually, I think it would be more like, let's say I charge at Goblin A, right? But then Goblin A runs away from you. So you charge at him, but you don't get to hit him because you're chasing him and he runs away.
Right.
Like, ah, shit, he was too fast for me. Fuck. Because, like, in that 5 seconds, you maybe get enough time to, like, stop running.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, charging somebody else would have had to have taken, like, a thought in advance to charge in that direction. So, like, what's cool about this, the reason I decided to try this out as written instead of doing, like, traditional initiative order is there's no predictability in whose turn is next. You don't get to, like, look at the initiative order and be like, oh, well, I'm going after the giant monster, so, you know, that affects how I plan out what I'm going to do, because everybody knows that I go after the giant monster. And so maybe, like, you know, we hold off healing you for some reason because you're about to do something weird, but, like, we can't in an actual fight. I'm not trying to make this hyper realistic. It's more like it makes it a bit more chaotic, but also it could be, like, more interesting, and I want to try it. Not like bad chaotic, like actual fights are actually chaotic. And sometimes somebody gets the upper hand, or somebody decides to use a burst of speed that throws you the fuck off.
Right.
And so I want to give that a go. But also it does give you the added advantage of being able to roll for your actions while other people are executing theirs, which could speed up encounters so that they don't last an hour and a half while we're waiting for everybody to take their turn. And oh shit, it's my turn. I guess because the whole thing about, like, a lot of tables are like, you only have X amount of time to decide what you want to do. Please keep the game moving. But it's like the board changes by the time it gets to be your turn. You can't always plan on what you're going to do. But if everybody's just saying, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this. Okay, well, if y'all are doing that, then I'll do this, right?
Yep.
Then. And if I say, like, the goblins are gonna charge you, you could be like, well, then I'm gonna jump over them, and then so, like, depending on who gets initiative first will determine whether or not that's successful sometimes. And and, like, but at least you know what you're trying to do. And then we reassess and do it again. So I'm excited to try that. Movement works like this. You get to move 15 feet around, okay? That's gonna be 3 squares. If we're doing a map. But you get to move 15 feet around. If you decide that you want to move more, like 30 feet, that is an action. Because now you're running. You're not just, like, stepping or walking or jogging, you're running now. Okay? If you want to run and then do something at the end of your run, you're at -1d to that thing you want to do. Because, not for damage, just to execute it, because you're already running. Now, what's fun about running is, if you decide to run, you can also roll for athletics and add that to your movement distance. So if you've got like 4 dice in agility, you could potentially like move a hell of a lot more. And if all you're doing is running, Alibi, I'm looking at you. If all you're doing is running, so let's say your base movement speed for a turn of just running is 30, but you could roll for athletics, right? Let's say you roll a 15 in athletics. That, if all you did was run, that doesn't just add 15, it adds 30. So you just fucking book it. You just sprint. If like that's all you did, you just fucking sprint. Generally though, most people are gonna just be moving 15 feet and doing a thing. But if you want to run, you can do that. Alibi, that means I think you could probably move a potential 120 feet in a round. Jeez. If that's all you did on the first round of combat. Like if you wanted to fucking disappear forever, you could run 120 feet. And then we wouldn't know. Because that's something we discussed actually when making the character, was like, you know how cats can get spooked and just fucking run away?
Yeah.
Like, and just like run into everyone's legs and like no one can do anything about it. There's no opportunity attacks because I just figured it out. That's why there's no opportunity attacks in Mini 6, because everything happens all at once.
Huh, yeah.
So if Alibi decides to book it and only runs and uses explosive speed and rolls agility, Alibi's just fucking gone.
Yeah.
Like if you're tightly surrounded, I might make you roll like to squeeze between people, but that wouldn't be an action. That might just be like, I subtract 10 feet from your total if you successfully roll.
Right.
Yeah. So let's talk a bit more about, does anybody have any questions about movement?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay, let's talk a bit more about healing real quick. So healing is a little harder to pull off, okay, because we don't have hit points. So if you've got a healing potion, Becky's got a ton of them. Becky makes them because Becky's an alchemist. If you've got a healing potion, a regular healing potion, like a minor healing potion, will heal you by 1 wound level, but you can only drink 1 of those a day for, like, it'll only work once a day. If you want to be healed 2 wound levels, you've got to drink, like, either a better potion. No, you've got to drink a better potion because that'll heal you 2 levels, right? But if you want to heal 3 wound levels, like if you want to go from severely wounded to fucking nothing, or I guess incapacitated because stunned wears off after a minute. If you want to go from like incapacitated to just fine, you've got to drink like the better healing potion first, and then the minor healing potion. There's an order to it. It's fucking weird, but basically you've got to drink 2 different kinds of potion, and I forget what it is. I think it's like no. Sorry, I'm getting confused. If you want to heal 2, let me just fucking look at it. Let me just read it before I just say some shit that doesn't make sense. Oh, here it is. Sorry. Minor healing potion heals anyone wounded or severely wounded. Only works 1 time a day. Okay? So if you're wounded, it brings you down to stunned. If you're severely wounded, it brings you down to wounded. Okay?
Okay.
If you drink a greater healing potion, that works for incapacitated, and it brings you down to severely wounded.
All right.
And if you're mortally wounded, you have to drink a superior healing potion if you want magic healing. Okay? But you can also roll for might to try to get over it. in certain circumstances. If you were mortally wounded, but your wounds were stabilized by somebody, in 5 weeks, you can roll to get over being mortally wounded and go down to incapacitated.
Okay.
But if someone's tending to you, they get to roll every day. And I've got a little difficulty chart for it. But it's like, it sounds complicated, but like, honestly, that's just,
it makes sense.
It's just for you to hear, because I'll just be handling it in the moment, and it's not a big deal. But if you think that you can just like drink a bunch of healing potions and get better in one day, that is not going to happen. And that's why I'm going over that now. There's no long rest to sleep off your 1 HP self, you know?
Right.
You're gonna have to take an extended fucking rest for that. Is anybody here a caster? A magic caster?
I don't think I have any magic, no. I might have something like mending, but that can be explained away in a non-magic way, and it's a cantrip, so like...
Oh, you have a mending cantrip?
I think I do. Because when we leveled up last time, I got a cantrip and I chose mending.
I don't have it here.
I'll see if I have a picture of my character sheet.
It's not, wait. It's under... Let's see here. It's got a bag of holding and a night vision goggles. We will add... Instead of mending... You're not a caster, you're an artificer. You build things. Yeah. And so the way that works is we're just gonna say that you've already got it since it's from the other game. So you won't have to spend time or money to build it, because we've already done that. But that would be, I think it's just heal. Let's see here. Juniper. Can be healed with spells and prayers. Okay, so yeah, you can heal yourself with this, and you can heal others with this, because it's magic healing.
Okay.
So that is, you have to concentrate for 6 turns before casting it. TN is 15 if you're attempting to heal anybody wounded or severely wounded. It's basically the same as Becky's potions, right?
Okay, that'll work.
If you want to use it more than once per day, the TN increases by 10.
Okay.
So I will... Is somebody snoring, or...?
My brother is asleep, and Chris is sometimes halfway napping.
Aw.
I'm still here.
Adorable. Alright, so what kind of device is this?
Mending?
Yeah.
For me, would probably be... that's a good question.
Mending device. There we go.
A first aid kit.
Oh,
it could
yeah.
just be a first aid kit.
Honestly, yeah. Okay, takes... I'm gonna say, real quick, you got dice on you? We will roll one thing. Artificer, you're supposed to have... Give me a sec. You don't have crafting for some reason. Artificer gives you crafting, and I forgot to put that in.
Okay.
And I want to check to see if that's a specialization or not. Because it might be a specialization under trades. Is Bobby still with us?
I am.
Okay. We're almost done here. I wanted to... Tell you what. June, DM me about this so I don't forget.
I got you.
because this is something I've got to figure out later. So if I can't look it up in the wiki, I'll make a ruling right then. And then if it's something that like we need to know for the future, I'll try to make mechanics for it, like something quick and dirty that we can roll against, okay?
Ruby.
That way we can keep things moving. So like right now I'm gonna say you have it, it's probably minor healing.
Yeah.
It might be greater healing. Depending on how high you can reasonably roll on it. We'll work that out later in DMs, okay?
Okay.
Just to figure out like how high you can do it.
Or
All right.
maybe how creatively I can use it.
Maybe. But basically we've got I've got like a little table for making new magic items. And it's just like we'll roll on it, but we won't charge you any of the, you know, character points or why do you have 6 character points?
I don't know.
Oh, right, because you played last time. We did do one session, I forgot. But
Okay.
basically, any character points or funds you have to roll, we're not gonna fuck with that. We're just gonna roll for crafting to see like what you get. Okay?
Okay.
But we'll figure that out later. Okay, so let's talk. I need party consensus on this. How do we deal with mortal wounds and death for Juniper? At what point do we say Juniper goes offline thoroughly in game?
Thoroughly.
Yeah, like you can be rebuilt, but at what point can you not be rebuilt? At what point do you shut down? What kind of life force is inside of you that would leave, and what would cause it to leave?
Well, Juniper has technically already died once. When they were first made, they were infected with a fungus, and it gave them a personality. Unfortunately, that personality was angry, and they killed the person that made them, and the person that made them also was defending herself and killed Juniper as well. So Juniper is missing half of their head, an arm, and their leg is real messed up. And in repairing them, Ronan didn't fix the head, but the head is like well attached and moves. The arm was replaced and the leg was kind of like stabilized, but that's about it. So what brought Juniper back to life was water. When they came into contact with water, they would wake up. Even when they were like broken and destroyed before Ronan started to fix them, water, they would wake up for a little bit, and then when the water went away, was out of their system, they would die again.
Okay, so you've got like a sort of like, you don't have like
I can be made more fragile than that if we need.
No, it's okay. I'm just trying to think like, so if we found all your pieces and put you back together, you would still exist, but probably not have the same personality.
Yeah, there might be remnants of the personality depending on how much of my actual remains are found. So like if half of me is found, if I have like my original head and torso, maybe it'd be a good amount of personality, but if it's like just my head, then it's almost none of my personality.
All right, so how does the party feel about running it like this? If Juniper dies, depending on the manner in which Juniper dies, we could say we would just like basically rebuild your character from scratch.
Yeah.
If we resurrected you, like, you know, starting character, as opposed to like, you know, We just basically
cool
build
to
a new Juniper character sheet. Is that cool?
Yeah, that sounds fun. Like still parts of Juniper, but could be very different. Potential for a lot of change.
Okay. Are y'all cool with that?
Yep.
Yes.
I like that a lot.
Alibi, you cool with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Sweet. Alright, as far as other players, Death and Resurrection, how do you as players want that handled? Because there is a Resurrection spell. Death is likely.
I would definitely like True Resurrection to be very difficult to pull off. Like something that we have to go on an entire quest line for.
I mean, I think the TN for the spell is 60.
Yeah, so something that yeah.
Yeah,
And-
you've gotta comfortably have somebody with like 20 D6 or like, you know, a lot of help. Because you can reduce the TN with like other people performing the ritual with you, which I'll try to come up with quick and dirty rules for that. Like, but it would probably have to happen in a temple.
Right. So I like that because I don't think it should be something that's easy as like
paying Withers 100 gold.
Respawn in 10 seconds.
Right.
Like you've seen Darkness Rising, how they just have the bard.
Yeah, we watched that together. He's got a pile of bard sheets.
Yep. Hide behind the pile of dead bards.
One of the best lines ever said.
I love it. That and near the beginning, critical. Critical.
The fighter lady.
Yep. And that's what I think every time that Peregrine starts rolling. I'm just like...
I mean, when I was torturing that, I was getting critical.
Yes.
Critical.
But...
This is a high crit game. Okay, you've got a 15% chance to crit in either direction as opposed to a 5% chance. You're 3 times more likely to crit in this system.
I like that. But also at the same time, with having it be so difficult to resurrect, if someone has like a character that they want to resurrect and like they don't want to play a new character until they get that character resurrected or things like that, I think it would be we can have options maybe of like, here you can explain how you're going to have this character resurrected quicker than that. And
we could also
rule of cool.
Well, yeah, rule of cool. I will say rule of cool is my biggest rule here. If you can sell me on it, then it is so. I think it might also make sense for them to temporarily play one of the NPCs that's like the crew of the ship, or somebody from, like, if you have a bastion of some kind, you could play an NPC from that. You know, that way that's still somebody connected to your character. And we could, if it's that important, we could make it a quest. The Temple of Umberlee is nearby. The priestess is, well, she serves the bitch queen, so like, have fun, but
well, as long as she's serving, we got something in common. We'll be besties.
You're very silly.
Are we using drag slang?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so with that, I would suggest, if you're interested in having a spare character, noodle around with a spare character. That's what my players in other Mini 6 campaigns have done, and until they like really get their their like characters like on lock, which these characters are a bit more powerful, so it is going to be a little bit harder for you to just die outright. Unless, you know, like if you've got a really low soak, you're probably overcompensating with something else at this point. You know, like you've got some weird ass perk that lets you do something like, or you've got a spell or an item, or you're just like really good at blocking hits and you never get hit, or you just run really fucking fast and never see combat.
So I have a request for my if Juniper goes down, my secondary character. Juniper has a mechanical friend, correct? Was that, or is that our next?
That was gonna be something that was gonna be his next thing, was to make that creepy horse with hands instead of hooves.
No, that was Ronan that was gonna do that. Juniper has something different.
Oh.
Juniper has a person. And it's something that can be upgraded, so it's going to start to look more and more like Ronan the more that Juniper works on it. And its name is You. Like the tree.
Okay, so you're building you're building another one of you.
Yes, I'm building You.
Aw, thanks.
And you does not have one of the upgrades that you can have is a brain. So starting out, you cannot think, but you can still function with like orders and things like that. So I think that would be fun for playing a secondary character, is trying to develop a brain.
All right, so what I would suggest for you moving forward is save your character points, okay?
Yes.
Save your character points. Don't buy any new skills. Don't buy any new spells. You are putting it all into You, okay?
Yes.
And what you do is when you get 30 character points, which would be an, I don't know, something session, like 5 sessions max, okay? You spend that on Sidekick. Or, actually, you know what would make more sense? Hold up. Even better than buying Sidekick, I think it's cheaper to get Pet Golem, which actually fits better.
Yeah.
Yeah. As with the Sidekick or familiar perks, you have a companion made of soft clay, or in your case wood, okay? Covered in simple runes, leftover rune-born technology from before the Purge. This was written for another campaign, okay? But basically, you have a friend, okay?
Yes.
Bird Voice has 95 garlic. Golems may have 3 dice in one attribute and 1 die in the other 3. They have 1d to spend on a skill specialization. Not even a proper skill, a specialization, okay?
All right.
But when you spend dice at creation on a specialization, that gives you 3 in that skill, okay? So if it's like really good at, I don't know, jumping around, being a cute little guy, maybe it's got 3 dice in agility, and then it's got 6 dice in jumping. Okay?
Right. I'll have to look through everything and see how to build You.
I'll show you how to build me. I mean, each only knows about 4 to... Okay, so most have the small complication. Golems are built for help with one specific task, such as cleaning your clothes or carrying your things. Each only know about 4 to 5 words and a sort of Smurf word for everything else, such as body massage, station, or wombat. Golems do not earn CP, but may be upgraded. Specializations only. 1 pip at a time with your own CP at GM discretion. So this is a little harder to upgrade, and it's a little bit more specific, but you can buy for 20 character points. Or you could save up for Sidekick, and it earns
Would
character...
Sidekick be cheaper in the long run?
Yes.
Then I'll probably go with Sidekick.
Yeah, they start out with more attributes and more starting skills, and they also earn character points along with you, but only half as much as you do.
I think I will wait for sidekick.
Okay. And that's something like if you want to buy a perk after creation, you just got to tell me in advance that you're saving up your character points for this, and you got to tell me how you're working on it. Like if you want reputation, you got to tell me how you're building your reputation in between sessions, you know? What did you do? Did you go to the did you go to the empty net and strip down naked and do the floppy dance on the table? That'll quickly earn you a reputation.
Yeah.
Especially if you did it twice. So one last thing, and sorry about it being so late, but I want to give you all a warning about upcoming adventures. There is potentially at least one player character who may end up working against the rest of the party's best interests depending on how things go.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you all okay with that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Intriguing.
Ah! Curse your sudden but inevitable betrayal!
Egads.
Egads, man! Alright, and with that, I think we are done, and I think it's time to raid out. Does anybody have any, as we would say in the military, any save rounds or alibis, which just means bullets that are where they're not supposed to be? Which is a weird way of saying, does anybody have any last minute questions?
Nope.
I don't think so.
Yeah. I think I'm mostly good.
Okay.
Okay.
I might have an idea for a second character already.
Amazing. Amazing. Yeah, if you want to make a second character, you can look at the sample characters in all the different things to get an idea. There's almost every, not in Deer and not Tarot, because I didn't build those systems completely out yet, but in Mutant Empire, I wouldn't suggest looking at Mutant Empire, honestly. You can look at Tales of the Spec. Tales of the Spec is a Willow Star Trek hybrid campaign that I made, where the Klingons are dwarves. They're just, I mean, they're the same. They fight, they make weapons, they drink, they sing about fighting, making weapons, and drinking. Yeah, but you could look at those for inspiration. I've got a couple example characters in there. I've got sample Star Wars characters that are like mostly normal characters, and if one of them's a Force user, just make it a sorcerer instead. I think, I did not make pre-gens for Shield of Faith because I never ran the game. There's sample characters in Ghost. If you look at the Mini 6 manual, which is linked in the general rules under bare bones, there's a link to the PDF down at the bottom. They've got settings there that have sample characters. You can look at that. You can talk to me about what you want to do. But I do recommend making a spare character, just in case. Don't get too attached until you've done a few sets. Huh?
I have a few.
Okay, cool. Very cool. Very into that. Let's figure out, who are we gonna raid?
I told you I like building stuff, so I built a few things.
Oh, nice. Very excited. Very excited to see what you come up with.
Few things.
All right. Kitty, don't claw up my chair. Why you do this? Why you do this? I know you want attention. You're the baby. I know.
I have one halfway in my lap purring right now.
Oh, that's good. Man, we could drop in on a streamer with gigantic VTuber Booba.
Tracts of land.
But we're gonna pop in on Malaya because Malaya is a menace.
Tracts of land.
Exactly. We're not gonna do that. We're gonna pop in on Malaya the hero because she's not a hero. She's a menace. And everybody in chat, call Malaya a menace when we raid, okay? Because she is. Have a great night. Love you much. And I will catch you on the data stream.
Yeah.
Oh, and as always, remember to hydrate. Take your meds if you take meds. And I love you very much.